Okay, let's go. Hey everybody, sorry, sorry I'm late. Had to do this. I went a little lower than usual because hair's been dry, so I went a little lower than usual so I can actually reach it properly. Then I had to make sure I touched up accidentally. I may have accidentally got the guard push up a little bit. So yeah, I just have to like sit down and try to straighten it out a little bit to sort of fix up the spots where I messed up. But we're okay. Um, in case the terrorists or I missed anything the others. Yeah. Yeah, that's. But yeah, the hood is on just a little bit warm. It's not super cold here, but on me, I just gotta like, I kind of gotta keep it up, or at least I feel like keeping it. Yeah. Yeah, Terra Raids sure were something. Well, sure were something. Good job. Thank you. Yeah. Happy Sunday, everybody. I hope you guys wrestling for y'all. Mostly for me, you know. I mean, obviously, there's like shaving and all that other stuff. I have a thing tomorrow. Music. Two things. There are two reasons why. It's because I keep forgetting to move the microphone back over here, and then because it's always those two things. I always forget to move the microphone back roughly over, supposed to be vaguely where it actually can reach me, and then the music is always too loud. It's always those two things. And now I can't get my actual camera to like sit up and sit straight, so it keeps slumping over it in ways that it's not supposed to, because of course it does. Did I hit the mute? No. It shouldn't be, because if it was acting weird, if I hit the mute, then it'd be showing there. How straight as my chat is. I mean, you didn't have to come for everybody like that, but like, that's fair enough, I guess. Yeah, this will do. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I was looking at the monitor. I was coming for me. That's fair. Yeah, like I was, what's the word I was looking for? I went looking directly at the monitor as well as my microphone to be like, I didn't unplug either of those, right? So I was like, hold up a second now. But yeah, I'll let y'all know once I can how the thing goes tomorrow. I think it's not like secret, but it's one of those things where it's like, or at least I might be able to tell people in the Gilded, if they don't already know, and we'll kind of go from there. Because I was thinking about it, I'm like, I don't think it's like super secret, but I'm trying to think about like how much I'm supposed to be able to say. But yeah, I had to go back and go look at the for people. So for people who don't know, literally the start of April, so in like a couple of days, is the stream anniversary. So around this time last year, I was convinced to swallow my pride a bit and like do a charity fundraiser for me for my last stream anniversary to help put together enough money to cover my particular my rent and other expenses for April of 2024. And so Um, and so in doing that, I had to like sit down and recount how far we got in terms of donations at that time, because I was like, I know that at least Nocturne HDR is the result of that, but I didn't know how far we got. So I double checked, and of course, because past me is a genius who does nothing wrong, he was like, all right, so if we make this much and this much, then congratulations, we're gonna play more Pokemon. So right now, literally the plan is, provided everything kind of stays on the smooth insofar as like barring any emergencies coming up, the plan is to play the plan is to play the rest of Kanto, because we did all of Johto. So we're gonna do Kanto and tick our way through at least to the end of that, right? And then, technically speaking, we did make enough money for Red, but that's a lot of Pokemon Crystal. So maybe one of those things where we finish the second half of Kanto. We finish the second half of Pokemon Crystal by finishing off with Kanto in the 16th gym. And then I figure out like a bonus stream. No, we're at least 3 generations removed, if not further, from Miss Magius. We're not seeing her too far back for that. This is Pokemon Crystal. It's like Gen 2. So Mischievous exists, but Miss Magius does not. And even then, I think Mischievous would have been Johto's side. Yeah, Miss Magius is like a Gen 4, Gen 5 Pokemon, if I remember correctly. Which means, at the minimum, if a Gen 4, that means that you're literally waiting to like Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. None of which is what we're currently playing. Yeah, Gengar, you can catch a Ghastly as early as Sprout Tower, which is in Johto. So you can very easily get your hands on a Ghastly. But because I'm playing an unmodified version of Pokemon Crystal, I can't get any Pokemon that evolve via trades in this game. Unless I do shenanigans. So I can get probably as far up as a Haunter unless I work out some shenanigans that would let me trade to get a Gengar. Did somebody say even handsomer? You know what? Let's just play some fucking Pokemon, because I'm late. So fuck it. Let's go. Literally about... Grumble, 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 grumble. Love you. Enjoy the Pokemon. Thank you. I appreciate it. Pause that. Okay. Give me 1 second. That should do it. Crystal. Oh, by the way, I've been playing Star Ocean SOR. I think I accidentally made myself a little broken because combat seems pretty easy right now. My Castle is dumping off all the mana. That happens. Depending on how you geared up and all the other stuff you've done, wouldn't surprise me. Let's see here. I just cleared Cross Cave. Oh, then you're still relatively... Yeah, you're relatively early. Hello, Chris? I have something here for you. Did you swing by my lab? See you later. So yeah, last time on Pokemon Crystal, when we played it several months ago, we beat the, Pokemon League. I started off with Feraligatr, because, several months ago, it was 2022. Okay, fine, it was 2022, I fucking forgot. Oh, right. Some of these are nicknames, I think, from people who are playing this. I'm like, why? Some of these are some weird nicknames. I was like, right, some of these are not nicknames I chose. These are people that, like, did redemptions and got theirs that way. So I was like, why the fuck is Ariados called Talook? And it's like, right, somebody probably picked that one. I don't know why D. Reynolds for Pidgeot. That was weird, but whatever. Anyway, so why am I named Chris? Because that's the name of the protagonist. Well, it's not spelled that way, but one of the default names for this specific protagonist is K-R-I-S, Chris. I just chose the other one because I like being the contrary dick sometimes. It's funny. Anyway, here's Professor Elm. Chris, there you are. I called because I have something for you. See, it's an SS ticket. Now you can catch Pokemon in Kanto. The ship departs from Olivine City. But you knew that already, Chris. After all, you traveled all over with your Pokemon. Give my regards to Professor Oak in Kanto. Alright, so here we go. I could walk and do all that, but we're just gonna do this. Olivine. I think it's over here anyway. There are lots of Pokemon in Kanto. I wish I could go. Welcome to Fast Ship SS Aqua. Will you be boarding today? Yep. May I see your ticket? Flash ticket. That's it. Thank you. We're departing soon. Please get on board. Fast Ship SS Aqua is en route to Vermilion City. We will make an announcement when we arrive. Ouch. Whoa, excuse me, I was in a hurry. My granddaughter is missing. She's just a wee girl. If you see her, please let me know. I think it's like the third room I think the third room from here is yours, I forget. Here's your cabin. If your Pokemon are hurt, take a nap in the bed. That will heal them. So, ours is over here. And it's a good thing because there's nothing in here. Because, the SS Aqua does in fact have trainer battles. Some of y'all were out of pocket in 2022. Honestly. Anyway, like I'm not, for right now, I'm not using a strategy guide. Yes, CJ, we know, this is why I bully you all the time. Because sometimes I have to put you back into the pocket. Pokemon magazines, Pokemon Pal, Pokemon Handbook, Pokemon Draft. Are you alone? I'm gonna let that one go. that dynamic definitely doesn't trigger that part of my brain or anything. Of course it doesn't. Someone's going to call security about this random kid going into every cabin and checking the trash. Hey, listen. Sometimes you just gotta be sure. I feel like changing, but who do I put out instead? I don't really need 2 water types. At some point, I should decide on whether or not I want to swap out for Alligator or Suicune. At some point, I should, but I can't be asked to do it right now. Because from a specific perspective of like trying to plan out certain things, it's worth noting that Pokemon Gen 2, which Crystal fits into, is before the split between physical attacks and special attacks. So, one of the things... Alright, that's not... Did I say that? No, I did say that correctly, sorry. I had a brain fart there. Pokemon Gen 2 is one of the generations that precedes the physical special split. So, in terms of like water and ice types, you really only care about if a Pokemon has, you only really care about for water and ice type moves if you have a high special attack stat. Without that, like you really don't give a shit. This created other issues for so yeah, like Ice Punch and Headbutt right now are all running off of the 89, which is not the worst thing, but it's not ideal. Whereas if we look at Suicune, we manage alright. So I probably don't need both of them, and I should decide on which one. Going strictly off of numbers, for Alligator, like, Allie really only has the benefit with Headbutt, and that's about it. Everything else is, like, kinda eh. But it's probably fine. Like, we really only have to worry about it when it comes to, like, Red, I guess. Mostly because, yeah, poor for Alligator couldn't reach his best potential. Yeah, for Alligator, stats are all stacked towards physical attacking, and... So she may be bugging someone, I'm worried. Alright, cool. Yeah, like, for Alligator, if you want to really get into it, though, yeah, for Alligator has stat XP over Suicune, but Suicune will have much higher stats of pain. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. It's one of those things where it's like, I understand where some people are like, I don't want to use legendaries in like the main game because it makes it too easy. And it's like, I get that, but also like, but yeah, if you want to talk about like wasted potential, Hitmonchan has entered the chat. Imagine learning Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch, and they all run off your shittier stat. Thank you so much for the resub slash. I do appreciate it. 17 months. Thank you for the pipe also. Popping in briefly to say hello and good luck in Kanto. Thank you. Oh, do you have leftovers? Oh, it has a berry. Oh, that's fine. You're dead anyway. You're strong. Ain't I just, though? Okay, let's think this out. I love Pokemon Gen 2 with you, but man, am I happy with me? Yeah. It's one of those things where I did consider that I could have played like Heart Gold or Soul Silver, but I gotta do a hot take for a second. I like the design of the femme protagonist better in Crystal than I do Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Lyra, it's not her fault. Lyra is not like... Alright, I forgot, it's not an actual double battle yet. They don't have those yet. But like, yeah, like as an actual design, um, yeah, Lyra doesn't do it for me. It's the hat. Okay, Fanfi. That's not a hot take. You ain't wrong. I love Lyra, but Chris is iconic. Like straight up. Like it's just like it's not a contest. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I didn't. Otherwise, how am I so happy? Just say that. Shit. Outside of Lyra, though, Heart Gold and Soul Silver are great. Yeah. The Pokewalker was the shit back in the day. I understand why. I understand why they don't, like, do... Fuck, and I put Rapidash in the lead. That's fine. Yeah, the Pokewalker was that good shit. And I understand why they don't do feelies like that anymore with games, but also, like, we could have stood to have one. We could stand to have stuff like that again, but I understand why they stopped. Yeah. The Pokewalker was that good shit. Okay, Rapidash. Okay, yeah, you're gonna use Flareon. Let's switch. I understand and respect the reasoning for people that choose not to use Shift for battle style, but like I'm not trying to sweat like that. I respect it, but it's not my thing. So for context on that, what I mean is that Pokemon does have a configurable option in the main games that lets you turn off what is basically a future sight, so you don't know what the opponent's going to send out next. Like you can turn off this function, and it just deliberately skips the switch notification, and you just get thrown whatever is next. It is one way of many that like people choose to make the game harder for themselves. I prefer not to, just because like it's a level of sweat that I am not emotionally prepared for. Like, what does that do in this generation? Like, what? Fuck! Yeah, I gotta do that over again. God damn it. Because I'm pretty sure I can't get side beam back. I'm pretty sure I'm kind of fucked on that front. Pokemon fan to be very nostalgic pill. Gabe was the quality of life to the new game and annoying, so I don't often speak much on Pokemon a lot of online space anymore, but the space is chill, so I can. I do my best. Shit, fuck. Alright, hold on. Yeah, that's all Scarlet Pilot. It is TM16 and Generation 9. I need to know about Generation 2. Okay. Because that is the only psychic type move. Yeah, I might have to reset that because I'm stressing out. I'm stressing out. Either that, or if I have a way of like fucking around and like hacking it back in, then that's fine. Give me a second. I'm just looking through some stuff to sort of figure it out. I'll make the call in a second. Let me just figure it out. Okay, this is yes. Yeah. Espeon's not learning that shit till level 47. Espeon doesn't know that, doesn't learn that shit. 7. I just need to see one. TM29. Sell it on Game Corner for 3,500 coins. Alright, hold on a second. Yeah, I checked. I've got Bulbapedia up. And then MGBA looks like it might have had a moment anyway. So the decision might be out of my hands anyway. Lol. It looks like it might be upset anyway. Um the it, the the thing might have had a burp moment because it looks like when it runs for too long, we occasionally have this sort of issue. Let me check if there's a new version of this thing before I go and push any further because I need to double check. Latest release version is that. Yeah, okay. I should go update this. This is important. Let me see something here. Yeah, we had a Kabuki rat, which is basically like code word for the game exploded. So give me a second. think we can fix this. I just need a minute. All right, let's see here. Okay, so it'd be in here. Okay, good. So we're gonna grab these two, copy them, move them over here, do this. Okay. Give me 1 second, because I'm gonna have to configure a couple of things to make this work correctly, I think. So controllers, set all. Nope. Set all. Apply. Paths. I think this should be it. Let me double check and make sure. Long story short, I'm just running through and making sure that the thing is set up correctly now that I've updated it. I'm just double checking to make sure I didn't leave anything out. I just need a minute. All right. Try this again. Where the heck is? Damn it! Where did I put it? I'm about to be annoyed, aren't I? Give me a second. I'm trying to find where this thing wound up. Why is it in that folder? Why did I put it in there? That's not. That's not where that game belongs. Oh. Okay. I'm silly, and I put a file in the wrong spot. So that's not why it crashed, mind you, but more like I was looking through some other things I was doing, and it's like, okay, so I wasn't paying attention, and I just put this thing literally in the wrong spot. It's hilarious, but also not helpful. So we're gonna move this over here. All right, that's better already. Because I know it's coming through. Yeah, it's small. Hold on, I'll have to adjust it so that the volume of it. I forgot to mix it down in the sound mixer. Should be fine now. Sorry about that. Alright, let's try this again. But yeah, I think this is already running more stably anyway. But yeah, yeah, Pokemon fans are weirdos sometimes. I think, honestly, to be very straight up about it, there are two things that I think are very important for the future of Pokemon as a franchise that Pokemon Company you start thinking about. And I think it's important that the Pokemon Company starts slowing down the production cycles on Pokemon games a little. Because the issue that they're running into, it's the same issue that a lot of other developers are running into, Tale as Old as Time and all that, but like, you can really feel it. Yeah, they kind of have to, finally. And they're like actually letting games cook a little bit more. But like the main thing that I think really was causing issues for example, Scarlet and Violet, was the fact that, like, when you consider the turnaround time between Sword Shield and Scarlet Violet, relatively short. So, here are the critical things now. They need to maintain that slower pace. And I think that they have to start considering, because I know that they don't, well, I shouldn't say I know this is, I'm that dead certain about it, but I'm gonna say this. My main line of thought is that I feel like if they haven't already started thinking about this, my main line of thought is that they may want to start considering where the mainline games can benefit more from some of the things that they're cooking in, like the Legends games, right? It's like Legends ZA already looks like it's going to be really, really good off the dome. And at this point, we basically all know that they're cooking a Gen 5 remake is cooking. We all know that. At this point, there is basically no point in trying to pretend that they're not. Cooking a Gen 5 remake is happening. We all know that it's happening. Like, they could play coy about it if they wanted to or whatever, but like, we all know. Right? Like, Gen 5 is happening somewhere in there. They're doing it. We're gonna get a black and white remake at some point. Because at this point, they're basically going through the back catalog of each generation. And as much of a letdown as Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were, yeah, like at this point it's one of those things where it's like, if they give the black and white remakes to another developer, they really have to let that team take their time. There has to be equity in that sense. That's how I feel about it. Because one of the main flaws with BDSP and this is I think the thing that gets lost a lot in these conversations. There is nothing inherently wrong. Yeah, it was handled by another game company because how Crunch Game Freak was, and it's that. Yeah, that's why I'm leading the conversation in this direction. Because I want to talk about it. Because the thing is that it's not. Yeah, because ideally speaking, right, it is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Okay, I have to say this with a star and a caveat because the example that I'm going to use, unfortunately, doesn't hold up as well as I would like, but this is sort of demonstrated point. So while Mercury Steam itself has been, to my knowledge and understanding, accused of other practices that are not good for game development in terms of like crunch and not paying people and all this other stuff, that's still there and that's still a problem. But I'm only bringing this up because I want to sort of like draw a parallel here. When you give a different studio one of your titles, it is not immediately a trash bin issue where it's like, oh, they fucked it up and it turned out worse. But you have to give that team the time and the space to bake. We see this a lot with Retro Studios is basically the reason why Metroid Prime exists, because as I understand it, Nintendo, or more specifically like Shigeru Miyamoto, was like, I don't really know what to do with this. So the first thing that happened was that he gave it over to Retro Games. We got the Metroid Prime series. I'm not good at FPS games, but I did play at least a little bit of Metroid Prime 1 on stream during one of my previous runbacks, and it's like that turned out good. And then basically after Metroid went into hibernation with Metroid Fusion for like a hot minute, Mercury Steam was the team that got both Metroid Samus Returns as well as Metroid Dread. Now, neither of those games are perfect, right? There are things about Samus Returns that people have rightly said kind of like missed a lot of the atmosphere of Return of Samus in some aspects, and I get that. Metroid Dread, there are some things that I think are a step backward from Samus Returns in terms of like accessibility and being able to like, actually like manipulate the thing. 100%. Metroid Dread, right, alongside Metroid Prime 4, are basically like kind of like the flag bearers of the Metroid franchise at this moment. Because Dread, for a lot of the other flaws that Dread has, right, there are people who really don't like the enemy stealth sections because they feel really kind of like fucked up, and a lot of other stuff behind it, right? But in a very general sense, though, Metroid Dread, right, really kind of like gave Metroid as a franchise like a big breath bill. And now with Metroid Prime 4 on the way, people who are still willing to like pick that up, like Metroid Prime 4 is gonna come. Like, let's just be real about that. Like it is not my game, and I understand if some people are like, I've been waiting for it for like literally a decade at this point, I'm fucking over it. I get it. Yeah, at the very least, all those Metroid games are better than the other M, and things seem to be going on track with the upcoming Metroid Prime game. I'm happy for that. And the thing about other M, too, is that a lot of people will wrongly put the blame for a lot of how other M turned out from a story perspective and stuff onto Team Ninja, and that's not on Team Ninja. That's on the lead scenario writer who worked for Nintendo and who was working on most of the Metroid games anyway before that. That's on him. So it's not one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, Team Ninja was just doing like weird sexist shit, and this was like, nope, that was entirely on the scenario writer. Like all of that weird shit, that was on him, and he's not from Team Ninja. Because leaving aside things like the weird pixel hunts and stuff like that, which may have also been like directorial fiat. Okay. Psych-Up copy stat changes. That's what it is. I would prefer Calm Mind. We're not... Psych-Up, no, we're not doing that. It's cool that 4 is here now, but I haven't cared in like a decade, and I want to Switch 2, so I probably won't be playing it. That's also fair. Like I said, like that's why I prefaced it with if you have been waiting for it. I'm not good at first-person shooter games, so not my bag. I'm waiting for the next 2D Metroid or 2.5D Metroid, whatever that is. Like, I'm not pressed. Metroid Prime is a series I care about because one was the first Metroid game I ever played. I'm glad to see Micro. Yeah. Like, I'm a huge Samus nerd. Metroid Fusion was my first Metroid game. I like Metroid Fusion a lot. It understandably gets a lot of flack in the context of being extremely, like, linear and tightly focused in a way that Metroid games previously were not. And so I understand why people have certain degrees of problem with that. But for a first Metroid, Fusion isn't too bad. I enjoy it. Mostly because you can also still get like hella lost in Fusion. Like the game being more linear. Oh, BRB stuff ready. Okay. Like Metroid. Yeah. So here's basically the way to look at it, right? With Metroid Fusion, this is basically kind of what happened. Metroid Fusion became a little bit more forwardly explicit in certain aspects of its storytelling elements, which meant by proxy that they had to a very large degree, Metroid Fusion as a Metroid game is much more linear than a lot of other Metroid games are in that sense. They were a lot more specific about like putting you on very specific, yeah. Metroid Fusion and 2 are both quite linear because they're on hand, right? But with Metroid 2, the other thing is that you didn't have like a lot of dialogue either, right? So with Metroid 2, it was a thing where they used they specifically leaned into like a lack of dialogue and a certain degree of like that very heavy atmospheric sort of silence to create a very strong feeling of like dread and oppression. Right? They very deliberately like leaned into that for 2, right? So it kind of works out. So even though it's very linear and you're kind of going forward in that sense, they let a lot of that atmospheric weight sort of carry that. The main thing about Metroid Fusion is that they were much more upfront with the storytelling aspects. So you have more dialogue, like you have more periods where Samus is talking, kind of like expounding on her inner thoughts, her inner feelings. This is where you first learn about Adam, who comes up again in Other M, but like his characterization is, hey kid, can I get you to look for my buddy? He's goofing off somewhere, that lazy bum. Wanna go find him about to do right now. Okay, yeah, I'll go. Fine. Right, so it's one of those things where because Samus spent a lot more time talking than previously, right? That was part of it, and then the other part of it is that because of that more explicit sort of like Samus is going to stop the action to talk to you sort of stuff, usually in between like elevator segments and things like that, right? You started to get more of a look at, and it wasn't so much like, oh, we don't want to hear Samus talk because it's not interesting, but it's more like people felt the type of way about like her talking getting in the way of like the action. that, and more specifically, to finish my thought finally, the thing I was alluding to that I'm gonna finally like finish my thought on is that because of the fact that the storytelling was more explicit from her end, where you get more thoughts, like pieces out of her head, they were very explicit about like you have to hit this plot point and this plot point and this plot point. And so as a result of that, they made the game a lot more like you have to go here and do this first before you do this, before you do this, before you do this, right? A lot of like the little skips and other like things that you normally get to do in Metroid games if you're like a clever little shit, there are a lot less of those in Fusion, and they're a lot harder to do. So that's a reason why people sort of dislike Fusion. Yeah, I like the idea of a character starting to express themselves more, especially when it comes to Samus. She's their own person that has been from the start, not self-interpreting. Yeah, right? That is kind of the thing, right? And that's why I think a lot of people also tend to associate her style of monologuing with the way that like other M would kind of like lean into it, which again isn't that surprising because again, same head scenario writer for both of those games. Oh hey, yeah, I'm a sailor, alright. I wasn't goofing off. The cabin was vacant, so I just took a quick nap. Ah, forget it, let's battle. Okay, fine. But yeah, like, the reason why it became an issue in other M is mostly because, again, right, the lead scenario writer at the time, like, the lead scenario writer was the one who kind of, like, made those calls about having more dialogue and more expository in other M, and expounding on the things that he sort of set up in, yes, I'm gonna change. I need to get a grass type at some point. That's the coverage I don't have. I need some kind of grass type something, because, that's where I've got to get. I'll have to figure that out at some point. The grass type that I don't dislike. I wish I had SQL. With other M, it isn't great, but like you said, the story issue of the head scenario writer's fault. It wasn't bad for Sims. Express yourself more problems with misogyny. It's misogyny. Yeah, pretty much, right? Well, and that's the thing, right? Also, hi, Shark. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, if you look at... Ooh. Nice to load. Stanley is about these machos. So, I always thought the main problem with other M... So, that's the other thing, right? Because they could have probably... At least some of, like, the Pixel Hunt stuff, that's not on Team Ninja. Some of that was mandated from the top, as I understand. Like, at least some of that was mandated from the top as far as, like, Pixel Hunt stuff was concerned. So not all of that was even on Team Ninja either. Because when you look at a lot of the other aspects of Other M in terms of, like, how Samus moves and behaves, you see a lot of that sort of weave its way back into the way that Samus moves in cutscenes in future Metroid games, right? Like, if you look at a lot of the way of how she moves with other set pieces in Samus Returns and Metroid Dread, she has that very same sort of, like, athleticism. Being a sailor has to do physical labor. It's exhausting. Yeah, I know, but you have a job to do. But yeah, so that's the thing about Samus Returns, right? With Samus Returns, Samus does not really speak a lot, and I don't think she does even in Dread. But to sort of compensate for that, the thing that Mercury Silver sort of did was, with her physical motions and physical emoting, she does that a lot more, especially in Dread. Sort of help, like, decipherize what's going on behind her brain. And Retro Studios also did, at least in cutscenes, to a certain degree, did some of this. So it's I'm interested to see, even if I don't play Prime 4, how they choose to deal with that. But, like, if you look at how Samus, like, physically moves and emotes in Samus in Metroid Dread, you still get some of that, right? Thanks, kid. I chewed him out good, so quit slacking off. A little girl? I may have seen her go by here. Alright, perfect. There's nothing in here. I'm seasick. Juggler Fritz. Yeah, good thing there was nothing in there yet. Psychic types will do normal type damage. Yeah, let's put Allie in. And just have Allie, like, throw a bite. Considering what Thanos went through, it's very, very sure won't do much talking moment. Yeah. And that's the thing. Even, like, the 2D games before, damn it, now we got an ad. Well, I think everybody in here that's talking has a sub, so I could talk. So the main thing about, like, and that's sort of like the main thing about, come on, brain. Sorry, my brain like skipped 2 tracks, so I'm trying to like derail it. Right. And that's the thing, Ebony, right? Like, the main compensation for that in Metroid Dread is in Samus's body language a lot. But mostly, like, I personally don't mind, like, the Samus, like, actually, like, talks a lot more sort of deal. I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with that. It's just more a matter of, like, how you approach it in the narrative, right? Like, whether or not I ever discuss the details of this in, like, further detail at any other point aside from on here has yet to be seen. But, like, one of the things in my mind one of the things I did as an exercise once was like, all right, how would I have written Metroid Other M? And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with Samus necessarily having done a lot of the work with the Federation the way that, like, Other M suggested. But it's one of those things where I felt like it would have benefited if... Because the main thing with Other M that really made it kind of weird, right, is that they wound up... Yeah, so like Sakamoto. I think it was... I have to remember the name of the scenario writer. I have to remember the name of the scenario writer. I think it was like Sakamoto. Let me double check so I'm not like spitting misinformation. I don't like doing that. Yoshio Sakamoto. He's directed several. He's directed. Right. I should say that. So Sakamoto. Yeah. So Sakamoto did produce on Metroid Dread, for example, but he wasn't doing writing. Like the last Metroid game that he did any scenario or story writing for was Metroid Other M. Since then, he's only been a producer on the Metroid games. He's not been on writing since then. Yoshio Sakamoto is his name. And he's worked at Nintendo more generally for just a long time and was involved in several of the Metroid titles, but he basically did scenario and story writing for Fusion and Other M, and then after that, he's only been a producer. Don't know anything about Other M. Metroid Other M was developed by Team Ninja, who, if you don't know, did like Dead or Alive as well as Ninja Gaiden. So Metroid Other M, and it was developed for the Wii. So the main issue with Metroid Other M, for a lot of people, it's the story. Not even so much necessarily because of the content, but the way that it was conveyed is we could go on forever about that. We're not getting into it. The other lesser issue is more or less with the controls, mostly because there was a lot of stuff with like trying to work the way that the Wii remote works into like gimmick type stuff. In other words, like the main failing of a lot of games that were made for the Wii, where they didn't really want or didn't really manage to think creatively. I shouldn't say want, because that's a little bit of a misnomer. So you'd have like weird stuff like, oh yeah, you have to tilt the controller this way in order to do this thing and what have you, and it's like this wasn't the call, fam. It doesn't work. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but like it's not there yet. A lot of like very finicky things that were sort of like related to motion controls cause issues, to put it simply. It's one of those things where if we're talking strictly from the mechanics of how they make Samus move and fight, and leaving aside the weirdness of the way the controls are specifically configured, Metroid Other M really does a good job of very explicitly making Samus feel and move in a very agile sort of way, right? And Team Ninja is really good at action games, so that tracks, right? Like, keep in mind that the Ninja Gaiden I'm talking about is like Xbox era Ninja Gaiden. I'm so bored. Want to battle? Yeah, sure. So, like, in terms of like the actual character action of getting Samus up and around and moving, they cooked. But the issue was mostly just that like control scheme stuff kind of fucked them over a lot, and you can feel it when you play. There are things there where they're like, where it's like, y'all didn't have to do this. Y'all could have just done it like this. I'm trying to hedge the way that I'm saying this because there are usually reasons why these decisions were made, even if, you know, I don't agree with them. And it's not just as simple as, well, you could have just done it better, Fivehead. It's more complicated than that. Games are more complicated than that. So it's not just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, y'all could have just not done this, Fivehead. It's like, it's a little more complicated than that. But yeah, Other M basically would have been a great action game if it hadn't been Sakamoto. The way that he chose to handle the scenario writing was really shitty. And it wound up turning a character that people were really interested and anticipated learning more about into somebody that they hate a lot, because they fucked it up bad. They fucked it up really, really bad. It was not a good look. Hang on a second, I'm responding to this thing before I forget. So yeah, see, Other M largely is just like a lot of what I would say with Other M is mostly just wasted potential. Good evening, Chris. It's me. Wait, were you awake? Berries. Cool. I could go back to 31 and go pick some of those up, but I don't give shit. I want to talk to you. Captain, play with me, please. I'm bored. I want to play more. Hi, will you play with me? Oh, Grandpa's worried about me? I have to go. I have to go find Grandpa. Back to Pokemon, it is wild to see the Pokemon games finally include the quality of life changes that other RPGs have, only for Pokemon fans to be annoying. Yeah, like, it's I'm trying to think of which game recently came out that was new and then people started... Right, It's the same conversation as Monster Hunter Wilds. It's, Grandpa, here I am. I was playing with the captain and this big girl. Chris, was it? I heard you entertained my granddaughter. I want to thank you for that. I know, I'd like you to have this. I got a metal coat. Baller. Too bad I can't fucking trade to anybody. Fast ship SS Aqua has arrived in Vermilion City. I would use that to get a Caesar, because I like Caesar. It's one of my favorite Pokemon from this generation. Can't fucking get it, because I'd have to trade. Can't do that. Pokemon games are made with kids in mind in addition to adults. Of course, they're gonna be the... Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I have a whole thing about, like, approachability and accessibility and where the two of those things kind of, like, dovetail together and don't. But it's like, it also doesn't get shit for Steel-type attacks anyway, right? Yeah, like, that's the thing. So, since we're talking about Pokemon and, like, accessibility, it also doesn't get shit for Steel-type attacks anyway. It gets Metal Claw and fuck all up. Yeah, but that's also because the Steel-type didn't have, like, a lot. Like, you had here Steel Wing, Metal Claw, Iron Tail. And I want to say that those are, like, the three major attacking Steel-type moves in Gen 2. Like, we had... Yeah, it was, like, Steel Wing... Yeah, Steel Wing... Like, Steel Wing, Iron Tail, and Metal Claw. And those were about, like, the three actual Steel-type attacks that were offensive in this game, as I remember it. I could be grossly misremembering at least some of those. We didn't start getting stuff like Bullet Punch and Iron Head and things like that until at least Gen 3 and forward. Did I ever write the Gen 2 article? And Magnemite doesn't get a new move. Yeah. But, like... Two-shot bow. It's sort of aligned with what Shiny was saying. But let's get into Vermilion. The fast ship sails on Wednesdays and Sundays every week. So in this case, I got lucky. I think probably the way that they do it is that for the first time that you sail on the fast ship, I want to say that they make it so that it is always... You always get it your first time through, and then after the first time you ride it, then you have to... After the first time you ride it, then you have to... Then it has to stick to the schedule. Because otherwise you'd be, like, hard locked. But I don't think you can get to Kanto otherwise. Even Pokemon is lying in front of Diglett's cave. It's a fantastic opportunity to get it, but how do you wake it up? If you know, you know. Let me save the game. But right. So, yeah, the games are going to become more accessible over time. And here's the thing, right? At this point, as far as Pokemon is concerned, there are over 1,000 extant species of Pokemon. Like, we're not back in the days where it's like 151, 251, 300 something. No, like, we are literally, even if not every Pokemon is in every game, let me phrase that differently. Even if you can't get every Pokemon in a single game without, like, a lot of work at this point, right? You have to understand that there are 1,000, at minimum, over 1,000 extant species of Pokemon as of Scarlet and Violet. This is one of those things where, like, just by necessity of how many of the fuckers there are, it's like 1025 or something, yeah. It's like barely over 1,000. Barely meaning that, like, the margin over is like, the margin over 1,000 is less than 100. So it's something like 1,025 sounds about right. There are over 1,000 extant species of Pokemon throughout the entire franchise at this point. So it's one of those things where there are just certain things where, like, no, you got to do that, because you start getting, like, you start getting situations where it's like, right, you pass a certain point, are not going to remember. You're not going to be able to remember. Hi, Squishy. You're not going to be able to remember type combinations for every single Pokemon you run across. You will maybe for like the game that you're in, but as you keep going and as you keep playing, like you just need stuff that makes it easier and less of a pain in the ass to deal with these kinds of things, because you start seeing more type combinations, you start seeing more moves. Moves get removed when they're not useful anymore, which is helpful, but like there's still a lot that's happening in the Pokemon games. They have had at this point, I'm gonna probably roughly get the time frame wrong, 94 to 2024 is at this point, like basically literally sometime last year, between last year and this year, Pokemon has been around for 30 fucking years, right? That's a lot to build on. 30 fucking years. So it's one of those things where like, yeah, you like the franchise is going to sort of like naturally evolve in these, pardon the pun, the franchise is naturally going to evolve in these ways. Can you fly to... Yeah, you can't fly to Johto. You have to like actually be in... You have to actually be in Kanto. You have to actually be in Johto to fly around Johto. You can't fly from there to here. I think you have to go to like the Indigo Plateau and then you might be able to... No, because Indigo Plateau is counted as being in Kanto. That's a pain in the ass. Anyway. My Pokemon is preparing a land for construction, but I have no money to start the project. Been doing that since Red, Blue, Yellow, nerd. Okay, so I gotta think about this next gym, because I do not have any Pokemon that are well suited to it. In fact, I have two that will literally just eat a gigantic bag of shit if I try to step in there. So, already have a Psychic type, and I already caught a Jossie. Deuces. The remix of the Red, Blue, Yellow battle theme for when you're in Kanto is really, really good. Yeah. Saying this as someone who's a busy adult with ADHD, I like that all of my Pokemon get experience at once now, and that there's a way to tell which types work against each Pokemon now. That makes sense. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, when you think about it, you know, like both of those things, and I get that, like, there are people who are like, those things make the game, like, wow, these things make it really easy and I want a challenge. Like, okay, cool. The games still let you turn experience share off, and you can do that on your own time. I understand where you're coming from, but you can do that shit on your own time. That's like a you thing. You go deal with it. Even as someone who like never got deeply into like competitive Pokemon battling or anything like that, like it's a lot to ask. Yeah, like I'm just gonna fuck around and wander around for a while. Like I'm not even sweating it. Just the math. Oh yeah, the math is just here. Yeah, because I think I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, we can go. Yeah, we can go back to Saffron City and take the north exit and get to Mount Moon that way. I think... Let me see something. Oh yeah. No, you don't even have to stop at the Pokemon Center. Like when you step into the town, you can fly there. So I don't have to like actually stop at the Pokemon Center. I can literally just like walk into the town and that's enough. Though I appreciate you given the reminder. Hey Risu, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh, I'm out of space in my bag. I'll have to fix that. Because that would be embarrassing. But yeah, like at this point, Pokemon is too big for them. I remain not dead, much to the chagrin of the universe, but much to the delight of all of us here. So, you know, I count that as a win. Just saying. Yeah, so I think I forget if the magnet train doesn't run on a schedule. I forget if the magnet train actually runs on a schedule or not. I don't think it does. That's why, in an ideal world, you ride the magnet train if you need to get back into, it does not just have no power. Yeah, that much I knew. I didn't forget that part. It's just that I'm like, off the top of my head, I'm like, I don't think it has a schedule. It's just that you can't use it right away. So basically, once you come over to Kanto, like you're in Kanto, well, there is a way back. I think, if I remember correctly, if you go to the Indigo Plateau, if the teleporting person didn't leave after you clear the Pokemon League, then you should still be able to talk to the teleporting person, have them send you back over to Johto, and then you can do it that way. I think. I might be grossly misremembering that, and if I am, then oops. But I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. I'm also probably... Yeah, you can't actually... Yeah, it's blocked off. I can't go backward up the mountain. So... In addition to uncovering weaknesses, resistances, and having your Pokemon get experience even when they don't battle, something that other RPGs done for years. I remember when I want every game to get hard, Atlas started adding similar changes over time. Yeah, like, for me in particular, the thing that a lot of people kind of like don't understand about the whole conversation about difficulty in games, right? Alright, I forgot I had a bike already. The thing about difficulty in games and the way that it works, the road is closed, right, got to fix the power. The thing about difficulty in games is that aside from the fact that like difficulty in games is extremely subjective, to say the least, right? There's that to consider. But there's also the fact that like there's a difference between making a game difficult because you don't have information, and sometimes the obfuscation of information is important, right? But then there are times where sometimes it is literally just an active hindrance to what you're doing for no reason other than to make you sweat. And there are degrees in which that is not fun. I remember from Pokemon feeling so many Rapidash grinding in Pokemon Blue. So it's one of those things where, like, especially in games like, for example, let's use Persona as an example, right? Like, in Persona and SNT games where basically, like, conservation of information is, conservation of information and the obfuscation of it in games like, there was like one optimal grind spot, I forgot where it was, but I spent hours there. So yeah, like, that's the thought I was trying to finish. Atlas, come from all over the pavement, they respect the departed souls of Pokemon. Pokemon that live with me. I love them like my grandchildren. I came with my mom to visit Pokemon graves. There are other gates of Pokemon here, I think. There are many chambers that only Mr. Fuji may enter. Welcome. You appear to be raising your Pokemon in a kind and loving manner. Pokemon lovers come here to pay their respects to departed Pokemon. Please offer condolences for the souls of the departed Pokemon. I'm sure that will make them happy. So yeah, like, there does come a point where you do want to, like, at least a little bit obfuscate information from players in a certain aspect, because that is where some of the challenge of a game comes from, right? But by the same token, there comes a point where, depending on what information you're hiding, you're really kind of just clinging to it. Oh, no, we've been off the air ever since the power plant shut down. All my efforts to start... Okay, cool. If Pokemon have souls, do they go to heaven? Is there a Pokemon hell? Depending on your interpretations of Darkrai and what Darkrai's purpose is, shrug. Hey there, I am the Super Music Director. Your Pokegear can't turn into my music programs. How unfortunate. Expansion card. If you tune in, you better get one. I think we can't get an expansion card till we fix the power plant, and the power plant is... I feel like I should know this. Do not tell me. I will go look it up. Yeah, the power plant is... Oh, how convenient. And I do have a Pokemon with Surf, so I should be able to make it over there. As long as, like, I can actually get to where the actual road is. There's a big difference between a challenge and something that is a slog. Yeah. Alright, what do you got? Alright, not too bad. Trainer Heaven is Pokemon Hell, to paraphrase public edits. Something like that. Hay fever is making me sneeze. Unfortunate. Okay, perfect. So I could actually wander my way through Rock Tunnel if I felt like it. But... it might be a thing where maybe the thing I have to do is, like, actually go back to Victory Road and see if I can get, basically at this point, if I want to be able to, like, punch, Lieutenant Surge in his face, then I have to, if I want to punch Lieutenant Surge in the face, then I basically need to just not really rock up on him with, water types, basically. Yeah. I used to remember it, but not nearly as well as I do right now. Chris, you still awake? This is Anthony the Hiker. Your Pokemon is spicy as ever, my matchup and we have energy to burn. We hike up mountains every day to work out. Okay. You up, energy. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I figured as much. I knew that some of this was involved in some of that. Okay. Do I have anything that I can use as, do I have any Pokemon that I can use just to, like, hold a spot? To use Flash? Because I want to go in and do something. Let's see here. You chilling here for a second, buddy. Oh, right, huh. Okay. Actually, we have options. We have options. Let me see something. Okay, alright, we got an option. We've got an option here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but now... we can deal with that later now. Because the main thing I was sitting there thinking about was mostly just like, how do I punch Lieutenant Surge in the throat? And now I have an option for doing that. Even if I get a shitty roll on magnitude, it should still be more than enough damage to, like, punch. All of them in the throat. Oh, I do need for Alligator, though, to get around that. Because I don't have Cut, and I'm not teaching a Pokemon Cut. Just to do that. We're not doing that. And before Surge somehow has coverage. Hush. Right now I don't need D-Reynold. I don't know how that nickname came about. It's still a mystery to me. I don't know. Who the fuck did that? I don't know. You have options. Do you have Crablex? Because MTV has Crablex. Anyway. But yeah, Gengar... Quagsire can also collect skulls. Yeah. So bizarre. Oh, just like how many things we've gotten used to in the time since this generation that you have to remind yourself don't exist now. Yeah. Geo is probably horribly underleveled for this, but good enough. I'm going to take you down. Prepare to be shocked. Shit doesn't work on ground types, motherfucker. Hey, Meerkat. Okay, so good news. I have figured out a way to get around the fact that I cannot do trade evolutions in this game. So I may do that. I may use that workaround very shortly in a minute on Geo, just to see if it works. There's one thing I need to check real quick. Are you playing a game with Sudowoodo and Wobbuffet? Because they're pretty top tier. This is the generation in which they debuted. So yes. Wobbuffet and Sudowoodo both didn't exist until Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. This is the generation in which they debuted. Okay. Let me just check one thing real quick. Okay, cool. I vote for a Gengar to trade thing works. So, basically, what I'm doing, according to the thing that I found, is that because I can't trade, what's going to happen is that basically I'm going to be modifying the species of the Pokemon that I'm using, right? So, at least with Ghastly, I would want to make sure that it's a Haunter first, personally, just so that, like, you know, I don't feel off about it. But first things first that I need to do is I need to make sure that I save the game and make a save state just in case. Because I gotta do some shenanigans to make it work. So let's try this. Okay. So, now that we've done that, alright. So that's activated. Let's see if that did it. Nope. I gotta figure out how to do it. Hold on. And that wasn't even right anyway. I would have entirely fucked it up. So let me see here. Okay, hold on a second. Give me a second. Blah blah blah. Those are not the ones I. Okay. As always, the GameFAQs gave me an answer. It's just that pardon me. I wasn't quite able to get it to work. So it's either that I botched it or okay. So put. Okay. Cool. Put Pokemon in the first slot in your party, then activate, deactivate, following. Okay. Alright. Work? Probably not. Sorry, like GameFAQs was incredibly non-specific about how to get this to work. So I love the famous Wobbuffet that makes its opponents eat a buffet of woe. So the funny thing about Wobbuffet's Japanese name is that it's basically based off of a comedic bit that only really makes sense with its pre-evolution Wynot's name. So Wynot is called Sonano in Japanese, and then Wobbuffet's Japanese name is Sonansu. So literally, it's like I forget which comedy duo it is, but it's literally like a back and forth exchange with them that they use as like a punchline. Risu can probably at least probably double vouch for this, but like Sonano means is that basically roughly means is that so, and then Sonansu is basically saying yeah, that's the way it is, right? So the joke being that at least in Japanese, right? Going from why not to Wobbuffet is going Sonano, Sonansu, Sonano, Sonansu, right? So that's, like I said, it's part of like a specific bit from a very specific set of comedians, as I recall it. And so, like, you gotta, it only works in like certain circumstances. Yeah. Damn it. I thought I had it, but this thing does not explain shit. Alright. Hang on a second. my gosh, I can see exactly who does that fit, but I can't remember their name. They did a commercial for Kyoto Bank that used to loop on one of the monitors outside the building I was teaching at back in the day. Yeah, I thought I had the thing for this for the thing that I wanted, but like, damn it. Let me see here. Nah, I thought I thought I could be clever, but it doesn't. I can't get it. I can't get this one to work, and I don't want to fuck with this thing. Alright. Sorry if I'm a bit scattershot today. I'm making video overlays and create at the same time, so my brain needs are kind of being pulled in multiple directions at once. These things happen. Yeah, I think you can beat me. Yeah. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, I have one more code that I'm willing to try. Okay. Nah, forget it. We're just gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. By which I mean, I'm not gonna bother with the thing I've been trying to figure out. It doesn't... Yeah, I was trying to see if I could figure out a way of like game sharking it so I could like actually change like I change gravel into a golem because I can't trade. But the one code I found that tries to explain it doesn't work. So I could make it so that, like, I could try one of the codes where it's like, the next Pokemon you run into will be this, but... there are limits to how much I want to do that sort of thing, so... we'll just do it this way and this is fine. Roll out. Absolutely. Fuck defense, girl. I don't remember if in Gen 2 the defense pearl rollout trick is a thing. I feel like they added that in like Gen 3 or something, but I could be wrong. Okay, so it is in this game. Yeah. So theoretically, I did cheat myself out of that, but... I did also find a thing that if I absolutely need to, I can probably replace one of these moves with Defense Pearl if I really wanted it that way. Anyway, am I basically just rolling? So by using magnitude, this is the way that magnitude works. Depending on what number you get on the magnitude scale, the base power of the move changes accordingly. So technically speaking, literally all I'm doing every time I use magnitude is that I'm literally rolling the die until I get a number high enough to kill. No, this is the new long form game. I have to go back and double check. I went back to double check the last time that I had like milestones or something for what the next game was going to be. And when I went back and checked that and then checked what the totals turned out to, it was basically literally enough money to do the kanto back of kanto. Words are hard. Do the kanto part of Pokemon Crystal, as well as the final trainer battle against Red. So at the very least, the plan is that I want to do the next 8 badges, and then I think either the Elite, and then probably the Elite 4 again, or something else. I'll at least do the next 8, probably switch over to another game for like a bit of a break period, and then figure out how we're gonna deal with Red. Because I'm not gonna hold y'all. Even in an ideal world, that fight is fucking miserable. That's just the truth. I have to be real with y'all. Um, basically speaking, not without reason, has Red been called literally Red has been called without without hesitation, like the at least up until that point, and maybe possibly still even now, depending on how you look at it, in terms of the trainer with the highest Pokemon levels that you can run into in game, Red is it. And he generally has a not undeserved reputation as being one of the hardest trainer battles in all of mainline Pokemon. Toki, thank you so much for the resub. Deeply appreciate it, CJ. Part of the reason why is also that, nope, nothing here but trash. Nothing here but trash. Nothing here but trash. I'm doing the actual mechanic now of this. Okay, so it's been none of those. Nothing here but trash. Nothing here but trash. Nothing here but trash. Nothing here but trash. Yep. Nothing here but trash. Nothing here but... You may not need to, actually. Yeah, you don't have to do it in this. You don't have to do it in this one. I'm a goofball. I forgot that you don't have to do it in this one. It's turned off. For people who don't get the joke, in Generation 1 of Pokemon, when you did this gym, third gym in the game, you would have to basically search through the trash cans for a switch. Once you press one, you'd have to press another one in order to get it to do the thing. Own your save and open to... Ah! I just now saw that message. That would also probably work. Nowadays, surgeons confirm. Oh my god, Grease. Anyway, yeah, this isn't the time to use that, blah blah. Yeah, yeah, hold on a second, let me see something. Give me a second. I want to see something. Okay. 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 I might have a way to do it now. Hold on. I'm gonna do something silly, and I shouldn't do this. But I'm gonna try it. If this works, this will be great. And we're already on ad break too, so I'm gonna make the save first. Sorry for getting like double game audio here. Okay, I see. I see. Naruhodo. So. Okay, hold on a second. Alright, okay, cool. I think I see the thing. I was given advice about the thing to attempt to do in order to make this work. So I'm gonna try this real quick. So I'm gonna save the game one last time, and then let's do this very, very silly thing that I shouldn't do. Okay, those are the ones that were recently done, I think. Okay. So let's see here. Let's grab these. I'm going to copy these. Somebody gave me a suggestion for how to do this. So I'm going to attempt to see if I can trick this into doing the thing that I need to do by doing this. I'm going to take the advice that somebody just gave me and I'm going to give it a shot. Because either this is going to work amazingly or this is going to blow up in my face. Well, what's life without a little risk? Okay, good. So this one is good. I know y'all can't see it. I'm configuring the other stuff right now. New multiplayer window, load ROM. Yeah, it looks like I can't get the new one. I'm trying, but it looks like I can't get the new one to like actually. I can't get the new one to actually like load the save data at this particular point. So it doesn't quite work the way that I would like. What I'm saying is that it's yeah, like the emulator that I'm using specifically has a function that you're supposed to use for this sort of situation. Yeah, like it has one I'm specifically supposed to use in the situation. I'm using it, but then the second instance is loading as a completely new game. Um, it's loading as a completely new game, complete with lol. We can't load, like we can't register the save file that's over here either. So you gotta hold that shit. So basically speaking, it doesn't work. At least with the way that I have been told I'm supposed to do it using this particular emulator. So there's a chance that if I went to go fuck around with another one, I could probably jump it and make it work. But that's too much effort. That's too much effort for something I'm not trying to be that sweaty about. Um, so fuck it, we ball. Basically, my option B is that hey, you little tyke, I have to hand it to you. It may not be very smart to challenge me, but it takes guts. When it comes to let your Pokemon, I've never won. I've never lost on the battlefield. I'll zap you just like I did my enemies in war. Yeah, yeah. So you just now can kill people with Pokemon? Yeah, like it's not. So yeah, basically this is how I'm gonna scum this out. Literally this entire gym battle is going to be me looking Surge's Pokemon in the face and just continually rolling dice at them until they fall over. About the only thing that I think could kill me is like Electrode exploding or some shit. Or using Double Team. One of those two. Good enough. Which means I probably want to at least heal to make sure that, like, if that happens again, I don't die. I say, but I'm also just going to do this. If we hit magnitude 9 or 10, you're basically dead. Unless it starts to miss, in which case I'm kind of fucked, but it's fine. Okay, jerk. Well, now we know Surge doesn't give you training Pokemon. Yeah. Okay, couldn't tank that one twice. I can push that. Hold on. Is that a waste? Theoretically, yes. But if it means that, like, a lucky magnitude that nearly kills doesn't lead into an explosion that will kill me, then I'll take it. That shit doesn't work. It's gonna hurt, but not dead yet, still. Partially to spare y'all that constant noise, but also because if it's Rapidash, if it's Magneton, Rapidash can handle it. How you may wonder. Like this. Electabuzz. I'm not gonna change yet for one reason. Yeah, light screen to raise your special defense for 5 turns. That's fine. Damn. Ah, bastard. That stomp was fucking hilarious, though. I tell you what. God damn, Rapid. God damn. Alright, Thunder. He can take one. It'll hurt. Ah, fuck. Alright. Ah, you dick. I don't think I have any full restores either. Nope. I lied. Lol. Just have to dig further. Get fucked. Like, no. You don't get to win. I had a bunch left over from the Elite Four run. That was also fucking hilarious. I love you, Rapidash. Ah, you are strong. Okay, kid, you get Thunder Badge. Give me that shit. Wait, that's the funny thing, right? That's the reason why I stopped using Thunder Badge increases Pokemon speed. Oh right, remember. Gym badges used to actually give your Pokemon like small stat boosts as you gain them. It's kind of fucking ridiculous, and they stopped doing that later games, but it's really funny. Anyway, yeah. I wasn't expecting Rapidash to literally just come through and just pick Search's back end, but sure. Fuck it, why not? I gotta figure out something for Misty though, because well, I guess for Alligator we'll probably do it, because like I don't have to fight Misty yet, but I am going to need to have some sort of solution to the particular issue, because the thing about Sabrina, here's the issue. And this is, well, actually, no, I do have an answer. I do have a thing that I might be able to do with this. Let me check something real quick. Okay, good. Wait, isn't Misty before Surge? Isn't that just in Red Blue? There are various complicating factors that will keep me from fighting Misty right away. I can still work around them, but you have to do a little more legwork in Gold, Silver, and Crystal for Misty to show up. It involves shenaniganry. So because in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, once you come over to Kanto, you land in Vermilion City first. So Surge is like the first gym leader that you can fight while you're in Kanto. It's not that much work, but I don't feel like doing it right now. Like, mostly it involved, and I do need to get it done at some point in order to like deal with other stuff. But right now I'm in the middle of like doing a team evaluation and sort of trying to figure some stuff out. Because like, could try to go fight Sabrina right now, and I probably won't get my shit pushed in as badly, potentially, but I would like to stack the deck in my favor as much as possible, which more or less means that I need to do a little bit of thinking about how to handle certain things. 12, 1, 10, where's root? Okay, that's what I thought. Do I have any of the balls? Yeah, that's where I was going, Stubby. You're ahead of me a little bit. I literally stopped to just check my balls for that reason. Because that's literally what I was about to go do. Yes. And it's nighttime, so it's literally the perfect time. So you're ahead of me. Murkrow will work too. I don't really mind. I literally just stopped to check my balls for that reason. Is the hell of a thing you hear out of context, isn't it though? Fuck. I tried. It won't. It's not gonna be able to kill me. It literally has to peck me to death. Like, please have more than 48. Please have more than 40 HP. Please have more than 40 HP. I beg you. If you have less than 40 HP, I'm gonna scream. Okay, that's good. Good enough. Fastball does not equal quick ball. Right. Fuck. Yeah, I forgot about that. Not in this game, Risu, but yes. I don't have false swipe, and I don't think I have anything to put it to sleep. So I just gotta keep throwing Pokeballs to like catch the motherfucker. Get in the ball. It would be hilarious if I went too far down and I threw a Master Ball by accident just to catch a Murkrow. It'd be funny. I'd be pissed off. It would be really, really funny, but I'd be extremely pissed off if I did that. I'm choosing new games this time because we don't have like we don't have incentives for that. So okay. So we've got options. We've got options. Oh right, we do have named somebody. Fuck. Ah, you're right. Ah, I forgot. I left that there, didn't I? Alright. I'll let you do that. I forgot that I left those there just in case. So yeah, we do have that. Pick your name, and next time I find the new tutor, I'll fix that. Oh, right. That's fucking hilarious. I just fucking winged the Ultra Ball. Okay. Or, Stubby, you can use your name somebody on this one. One or the other. Make your choice. Either you can save it for when I can, like, find the nicknamer and change Murkrow's name, or you can use it on Jigglypuff. Your call. My brain went to Gigolo, but that sounds wrong. Yes, Please don't do this to me. That's literally the worst. Not literally the worst, but very, 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 very much like my brain does the ouch when you say that. For anybody else who's looking for the name somebody, Lenny. Alright, got it. For anybody else who's looking for the name somebody function, there's a little funny number next to the chat box, and if you press that, it should bring up how many points you have in the channel. And then when you do that, you can then pick a thing, and if you name somebody, you get to name the next Pokemon to catch. I do keep veto rights over the names that people pick, especially if they're like either out of pocket or otherwise not appropriate. So I don't expect that's going to be a problem with y'all because y'all know how to behave. Like, I am grateful that at least I can count the number of regulars or former regulars that I've had to put out of my channel on one hand, and some of them I put out while they weren't even here. So I know that y'all are not going to pick anything too out of pocket. But yeah, that's an option. I got it. You wanted this. Oh, cool. And this is where you get a free Psychic TM. I'm not going to use that on Espeon because Espeon learns Psychic naturally, so it'd be a waste. I just need to level Espeon enough to learn. It's not that big of a... It's not that deep. No, Celadon has the department store. I'm getting old. Hiya, it's Uncle Ralph. What do you say to a battle with me? Good, you're going to do it. For a kid, you're quite agreeable. Route 32 is the spot. You call your mom sometimes too. You butty. Me never want to talk to you. What you call me for? Rotted. Suck your mama. Chop. Couldn't help that one, sorry. Shit, I should have done that. Wrong one. Did that bad. I thought that wasn't gonna do that much damage. I'm a fuck up. Now we gotta do it again, sorry. That would have been perfect because that Houndour was a girl. I'm not sure if y'all have noticed, but like, God damn it, Shark. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but... No, CJ, no one did. Phew. I'm kidding. It's joke. It's joke. When did I catch an Abra? What? Whatever. Fuck you, Sledge Bomb. Right, so the problem about fighting Sabrina in this game is mostly that, the problem with fighting Sabrina in this game, hopefully the next time I run into a Houndour, it's a girl again. Please be a girl. Yeah, alright, baller. I don't actually have a name in mind already, actually. I'm literally just gonna throw Ultra Balls at this thing until it gets into the ball. And then after that, I don't fucking know. I remember Sabrina being a bit of a house of the fight. Yeah, and that's why I'm stacking the deck with at least 2 dark types. Around dawn, its ominous howl echoes throughout the area to announce that this is its territory. Alright, and then Cosmo threw in a name somebody. Alright. Ernie. Alrighty. Done. Is she a teenage witch? Does she have a funny talking cat? No. Alright, so let's see. So we've got Erd and... Alright, so the only problem is that they are both wildly underleveled, and as you may or may not have already noticed, these trainers are like level fucking 40. So I could cheat, and I could try to boost their levels up, but I don't know for sure. I don't know if boosting their level and then unboxing and reboxing them will actually cause their stats to catch up. I don't know for sure. So the problem mostly is that, like, sometimes you just gotta cheat. Alright, I'll try it with Bird and see how that goes. I'm gonna try it with Bird and see how it goes. Which means, I'm gonna save first, I need to look at Erd's stats, and then I'm gonna boost her level, and then I'm gonna see what happens afterward, if the cheat works. So... Okay, 35, 24, 34, 19, 38. Okay. So, if we see a jump after I do the code and then unbox her and rebox her, then we know that it worked. If it doesn't, then that's no good. Okay, no, I don't want max modifiers. That shit. No, that's too much. Okay, so let's at least put Erd at like level 40. Okay, let's put Erd at least at level 40. Or no, that's for encountering. Damn it. Hold on. Right, the detecting time hands will be wet for hot when most of these things, so y'all gonna be on good behavior. Okay, those are not helpful. Yeah, none of these are helpful. Cool. Like, because a lot of the level ones I'm finding are modify the level of the next Pokemon you run into, and it's like, that's really cool. It's not the fuck what I want. Alright. Yeah, damn. Internet's useful. And by which I mean about as much so as a sack of hammers. Okay. Okay, so I could, in fact, attempt to punch Sabrina in the face right now. I could, but I really don't want to. I'm kind of scared to, because if I try, well, basically Feraligatr and other Pokemon have to carry the fight at this particular point. Like, Murkrow is not going to be strong enough to handle it. Houndour, like, if I can get her to evolve into Houndoom, then we're good on that front. Because then Bite and Crunch will be things that we pick up, and that will be more helpful for, like, just absolutely beating the fuck out of Sabrina. We kind of need it if we're going to do it. But then the main thing is that means we don't need Dash for the time being, because then we're going to be overlapping on fire types. So it feels like I want it to be Erd for a little while. Or I could really just try with the team that I have right now. So I need to pull Dash out of storage. You know what? Fuck it, let's do it live. Yeah, because Fernie is right here. But, like, basically Fernie needs, like, another 6 level. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah. Fernie is not evolving for, like, another 6 levels, basically. And getting Pokemon trained up takes time. Phasma would be fine if I managed to have, if I could raise her up a little bit for Haunter, but doesn't turn to Haunter till level 28. And the main problem with using ghost types against Sabrina is that unless you get like a Mischievous, the only ghost types that you can get in this game all have a poison subtype, which means that psychic attacks basically piss on them very, very strongly. It's not a good time. What do I have in my first save? What do I have in my first box then? Oh, I forgot. All these nerds. Also, all the ghost types in this. Yeah. Thank you, Jasmine, for the raid. That's not right. I did that incorrectly. We cannot raid somebody who raided into us. That's silly. How's Ace Attorney Investigations 2 going still? Hi everybody from Jasmine Stream. My name is Sean. Call me to that. That's shit. I make games. Play games. Games make me, basically. We finally figured out what game I was planning on playing after SMT Nocturne. It's gonna be Pokemon Crystal. We are attempting to kind of like figure out. We're attempting to more or less kind of figure out if I'm actually like stacked enough to put up a decent fight against Sabrina with my actual team, or if I need to like raise up. You know what I'm gonna do? Fuck it, we'll just do it live. We don't have time to do another gym, I don't think. So we're gonna keep Erd around for now. And then once I can find a good enough place to level Fernie, I'll probably at least level Fernie at least more than a little bit for Celadon. Because basically speaking, in so many words, we need, honestly, ideally, between Erd, Fernie, and Dash, we could quite literally just like take a flying shit all over Erica's gym, which would be great. but that requires me to, like, you know, I gotta be, like, you know, ready. Sunny day, detect that. Okay, cool. It might be because, like, I would ideally like Rapidash to, you know, have like Flamethrower instead of Ember, but I think if I'm lucky, then what's going to happen is that the department store only sells yeah, battle stats. Yeah, I was about to say, in my head I'm like, Flamethrower is probably a game corner TM, which means that if I don't feel like doing gambling, that's annoying. Let me go look at Rapidash's moveset by learning stuff, because I will be irritated. Rapidash. Not that one. I need Gen 2 decks, please. Thank you. Okay. Ember, Stomp, Fire Spin. Not learning that one. Lol. Agility, that's fine. Okay. So, it basically literally doesn't pick up Fire Blast until, like, literally its last move learned. God! What did they do to this poor darling? I hate this so much. Alright. Let's see here. Not that bad. Fire. Pack decks, item deck. Let's go to the item decks. Pokeball recovery hold item. Decorations wet key, miscellaneous fossil. Berries and gold silver. Oh, they don't have a TM. Bad balls. Alright. Yeah, Rapidash's Gen 1 and 2 move pool is, yeah. Which is a shame, because I realize now that I didn't pick a fire type starter and had to, like, pick Rapidash to pick up a fire type. Rapidash as a fire type is actually pretty fucking swag. Let's be real. For like a half. Let's be real for a second. Rapidash is pretty fucking swag. In ruder words, it's garbage. Yeah, story of my life, right? Fuck me, I guess. Do I have to teach somebody cut just to get Erica? Most Pokemon Gen 1 and 2 move. Yeah, basically, the physical special split was one of the best things that could have happened to Pokemon because it literally made Pokemon viable overnight. Certain Pokemon viable overnight. I know we were joking about this before. Include trainers have been holding battles in the underground path because of rising plagues by local residents. The underground path has been sealed indefinitely. Yeah, Rapidash gets way better starting in Gen 4. Yeah, so like, we were joking about it earlier, but let me reiterate. Imagine being Hitmonchan and learning literally 2 amazing coverage moves for your for one of your worst type matchups, and they run off of your worst attack stat, so you literally can't do shit. And they did that for 3 whole fucking generations. Three of them. 3 whole fucking generations. Hitmonchan had to suffer like that. For context, I'm talking about, so Hitmonchan learns, all 3 elemental punch variants. Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch. But because of the physical special split, yeah, Alakazam and Gengar had yeah, I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, let's just wrap the stream with like a bit of talking about it, because like, trying to actually like plan out what's next is gonna take up too much time. So let's just kind of like talk Pokemon science for a little bit as I figure out where we're heading next. Because it's about that time anyway. So yeah, like, so literally, Hitmonchan has a very, very high weakness to flying types, right? But between Thunder Punch and Ice Punch, Hitmonchan can literally dumpster most like flying types that come its way. The only problem is that because electric and ice type moves ran off of the special stat until Gen 4, and Hitmonchan's special stat is a piece of shit. Well, special attack in Gen 2 and special in Gen 1. But the point still stands. Hitmonchan is not a special attacker. It's a physical attacker. But literally all of the best moves it learned for elemental coverage are all running off of special attack damage. So like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? It's like a screen door on a submarine. Fucking useless, right? And they literally did that for 3 whole generations until Gen 4 did the physical special split, where it's like, okay, here's the deal. A move's type is independent of which attack stat it runs off of. So things like Thunder Punch, for example, actually run off of your attack stat, which means that while it's funny because, yeah, to Stubby's point, or let me be even more blunt about it. In Gen 1, hands down, literally the strongest type of Pokemon in Gen 1 next to like Dragon types, and even though Dragon types like Dragon types are like, it's complicated in Gen 1. But if you want to be practical about it in terms of like what type is the most practically strong in Gen 1, Psychic types. Because in Gen 1, there was no split between special attack and special defense. They were instead one convergent stat called special. And so here's a free bit of game dev balancing information for you. Very important. Mostly dealing with like attack and defense modifiers. You should not set it up in any game that you make. It is, or I should say at the least, it is extremely inadvisable. In pretty much any game that you make that has a lot of the stat calculation stuff, especially with like different types of damage, it is extremely inadvisable to set it up so that the stat that dictates both how much damage you deal and how much damage you take both run off of one thing. That's what the special stat was in Gen 1 of Pokemon. Special stat, if it's higher in Gen 1, the higher your special stat is in Gen 1, simultaneously the more damage you do with moves that are calculated as special types, and the less damage you take from the same. So, this wasn't a problem for physical attacks in Gen 1 because attack and defense were separate stats in Gen 1 and have been throughout the entirety of Pokemon. But in Gen 1, what we now know as special attack and special defense all got lumped in under special. This is a problem because, like Stubby was saying, right? Alakazam and Gengar, you can't fuck with them. Like in Gen 1, those two are monsters. Because Alakazam's dump stats were its attack and its defense, and its HP wasn't great either. But its special stat grows very, very high, and its speed is pretty fast. And Gengar is pretty much in the same boat. So it's one of those things where like it doesn't fucking matter, because what will happen is Alakazam will move before you do and like give you the terminal montage Yoshi slap before you do anything, and you fucking eat shit and you die. And you couldn't really run ghost types as the counter there because Yeah, like Amnesia's fucking busted in that game because it'll raise your special stat, not special attack or special defense. So the way that Amnesia works in the current Pokemon games, starting from Gen 2 forward, is that when you use Amnesia, it's just a boost to your special defense, right? But in Gen 1, there was no special defense. So Amnesia just raised your special stat, which means pop Amnesia twice and it's like, well, like, who the fuck is going to talk to you? Nobody. So yeah, in practice, psychic types and psychic type attacks, but mostly psychic types, were like, bar none, like the strongest type in Gen 1. And I want to be clear that this is before we even talk about Mewtwo. There's no fucking point. Mewtwo is just... Okay, Mewtwo is that way on purpose, but let me really kind of underscore this for a second so you understand this. Psychic types in Gen 1 could already have fantastic coverage because they could pick up more than likely almost any attack that you could have not any, but they probably at least had a given psychic type in Gen 1 probably had the ability to pick up almost any special type attack in Gen 1, period. You only have 4 moves, but if you have like an Alakazam that has 4 and like a Hypno that has, well, you couldn't get both of them in the same game, but you can run, right? Yeah, nothing other than Psychic resisted Psychic in Gen 1. Yeah, so basically everything is taking at best normal damage from a type that is already leaning very heavily on having a very high stat that basically invalidates a good half of, or at least greatly reduces the damage of a good half of the things you can throw at it. Bug types did not have moves that were strong enough to make psychic types piss themselves. Dark type didn't exist. In Gen 1, the critical hit was normally equal to about half the... Yeah! So, like, all that shit. So, let me reiterate that. Mewtwo was that way TM on purpose, but it is no mistake that Mewtwo is a psychic type. Because here's the thing about Mewtwo. While Mewtwo is deliberately busted, it is also literally like the peak of why psychic types are really fucked up in Gen 1. Because not only is Mewtwo just like that TM, unlike pretty much any other psychic type Pokemon in the game, Mewtwo's physical stats may not be ridiculously sky high, but they are better than Alakazam's. So yes, Mewtwo is that way, like, on purpose, to be clear, but also, like, Mewtwo will look at you in Gen 1 and atomize you. You're fucked. Because Swift will not run off of its special stat, but Swift doesn't need to run off of its special stat because Mewtwo has a pretty high attack stat, so you eat shit. Mewtwo has Psychic, so you eat shit. Mewtwo has Amnesia, so you eat shit. Mewtwo is really fast, so it's just like Alakazam 2 on steroids, right? There is a non-zero chance that I wrote a Medium article where I didn't exhaustively explain all of this, but I wrote a Medium article where all the stuff that we're talking about is all stuff I explained about Gen 1. And I used it as a stepping stone. Now we're coming back full circle to another conversation point that Shiny brought up. I really need Pokemon fans, especially those that are like my age. Gen 1 was not that shit. I need you to understand. It was not the boy. Gen 1, I respect Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow for what they did for setting up the norms and everything of the Pokemon series. But if you look me in the eye and you tell me Pokemon Gen 1 was a better game. Okay, this is the complicated part, because we have to talk about this not from the perspective of like the new shit is just better, period. It's not. The discussion is more nuanced than that. From an experiential overall standpoint, Pokemon Gen 1 was foundational. It is a very big and heavy influence on a lot of other games going forward, both within its own series and outside of it. I could not look you straight in the face and say that Gen 1 of Pokemon is not worth playing. You have to understand that if you want a strong case for iterative design and like talking about to a certain degree a game that sort of comes to fulfill like the fantasy of the premise that it presents, Pokemon Gen 1 was a good step to start with, but they didn't have that shit figured out. They didn't. And if you go back and you play those games, you have to play with that in mind. Right? Because realistically, if we want to realistically be upfront and honest about it, like Gen 1 is bugging. And they were cutting relatively new, like Game Freak was cutting relatively new trail for them at that time, so I don't blame them. It's not like, oh yeah, first game is going to be perfect. No. But like, no. If you look at me, if you look me in the eye and you're like, Gen 1 was the peak of Pokemon design, it's only gotten worse since then, I'm going to just be like, you can just say that you don't critically engage with the games that you play in any significant capacity. You can just say that instead of trying to like hit me with the Gen 1 or nonsense. No. Right? And it's a very fraught, it's wild. And people are well, I say are, Chan, thinking that you might be around my age. I'm 33 for context. But people that are roughly my age or a little bit older who lived through it will in fact tell you to your face that Gen 1 was the best version of Pokemon and that it's only gotten worse from there because the designs have gotten worse and they've become quote unquote lazier and all that. My siblings in Apris, we had a Pokemon. My siblings in Apris, there are a lot of Gen 1ers out there and then niggas are annoying. It's true. You're right. You're right. You're right, Shiny. You're right. Hang on. There are weirdos checking... What? The fuck? Risu, they what? Oh, I want to fight. I want to fight so bad. I want to fight so bad. I want to fight so bad. Ooh. Ooh, no. 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 Like, you left and you came back and they're in here? Or they came by and they didn't, like, knock and ask if you're decent? Because I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight! Because what the fuck do you... They just showed up at the door and I didn't think they were gonna follow me right. That's not even like just a Japan thing. I don't even know if I'd say that. Because I can't do anything about it. Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know. But like, okay. Okay, Risu's good. That's good. I can unclench a little bit. I was about to like fight. I was about to like fight. Okay. Let me go back to the thing I was talking about. Not because I'm not concerned about the thing with Risu, but it's like I gotta talk about that other thing, or I'm just gonna continue to have the urge to like fight, and I can't fucking do anything about it, even if they're gone. And that's all I needed to know. Okay. Now that I'm not nearly as agitated about all of that, I didn't think... Risu, you had people in your apartment when you weren't decent. Yes. I'm just saying. This is not me being upsetty at you, obviously, but this is one of those things where it's like a friend had her, privacy violated. This is fighting words. Anyway, okay. Let me get my head back on straight, because that was my fight instinct was like super kicking up right there. Right. Gen 1ers, why they're fucking annoying as shit. Right. So, right, this is the whole thing that I was trying to talk about. So, saying old game bad, new game good is, you shouldn't, it's very difficult, and that's a conversation you need to have on like a game by game basis. And generally speaking, I feel that it is inappropriate to hold, to a certain degree, I feel that it is inappropriate to hold certain things against the first game of a series or a franchise because they didn't figure the shit out yet. Right? So there's that, right? But Gen 1ers will sit and tell you with a straight face that Pokemon was at its best at Gen 1. It's only got worse every generation because the designs have gotten more ridiculous and like uninteresting and like otherwise whatever. And it's like, my siblings in Apris, you can literally go back to Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow and catch a Pokemon that is quite literally just a ball with a red top half and a white bottom half because it looks like a Pokemon. You can catch a Pokemon that is literally just sentient slime small and then sentient slime big. Like, you are not going to sit here and go like, oh, it's just like, no, now Pokemon just does this thing where like you catch like a snow cone or like a set of keys. That's so ridiculous. It's like, are you kidding me? Exactly. You can catch a snake whose name is Snake backwards, yes, and then it evolves into a thing which is just Cobra backwards, except with a K instead of a C. Like, you can catch you can eventually, depending on what version you have a fucking sentient Rafflesia flower. What? Like, be for fucking real, please. So, when Gen 1ers say that kind of shit with a straight face, I'm just like, y'all are bugging. Muck backwards is Cobra. Shut up, CJ. This is why I fucking bully you all the time, because you'll say bullshit like this. You'll say bullshit like this with a straight fucking face, and I have to bully you because, like, why the fuck would you say this? I know why. It's because you are a glutton for punishment, but that's fine. Anyway. Thank you, Shark. I know that you may have left by now, but thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna wait for ads to finish before I go back to the thing that I was saying. Because we are talking like game dev. We are talking game dev stuff. So I feel like, this is the part where, I gotta do the thing. I gotta do the thing, but people gotta be out of ads hell first in order to like do that. So once people are out of ads hell, I'll talk about that, and then we need to be on our way out because I got a place to be, and also to like mentally keep preparing myself for what I have coming up tomorrow. It's a good thing, and I will talk about it more tomorrow after the thing is done. But if I think about it too hard right now, I'm going to be really, really sweaty about that thing in a good way. So I saw Shan's question, and I'm going to answer it in a second. Okay. Ads should be finishing up about now. I think, right? Yes? Okay, ad hell is done. Okay, right. So I'm gonna go back up and read some things that came up. A fun fact of these people that are complaining about how Pokemon designs have gotten like worse over the years. Pokemon are often based on mythological beings, real animal mythology, folklore, etc. A Pokemon can be based on anything. Yes. Right. Also, the fuck Minecraft movie, the people no, they didn't. No, they didn't. This is your reminder that Jack Black is Jack Black. No, we don't fuck with him anymore. He does not. He is aligned with forces that do not believe in a free Palestine. So the answer is we don't fuck with Jack Black. So like they got him on the Minecraft movie for what? Nothing. Anyway. So, right. So the people who are like, yeah, Pokemon designs have been getting like worse every generation or whatever. They're doofuses. It's doofus shit. It just is. Also, the new generations are getting more creative by basing some Pokemon off of convergent evolution, other real life forms of evolution, and paradoxes. Yeah, pretty much. Right? Yeah. Like, also, everything after generation 3.5 is Shan? Okay, I was about to say, first of all, there is no such thing as that. Second of all, if you're going to stir shit, keep in mind that I know somebody who can metaphorically pull your ears if you're going to be stirring shit. One of those people is me, but smartass. Anyway, to get back, Night Stubby, which just means that this is my time to like wrap the thing that I'm saying mostly. Right. So the main thing that I'm getting at, and the main point of like the article, metaphorically, like, right. So the whole point of like the Gen 1 is not the one article that I wrote. There are also even the 3 legendary dragon Pokemon from Nova who are based on Taoism. Yep. Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem. Yep. Zekrom, #Zekrom gang. I really, really hope that when we do get the Gen 5 remakes that like Opalucid City White is still as beautiful a song as I remember it. Opalucid City Black is not bad, but I'm not into techno like that. Opalucid City White has sincerely one of the most beautiful themes I think I've ever heard in a Pokemon mainline game. I'm just saying. But let me not get to that. I'll be in my feelings really hard if I do. Right. My main point though is that while I do not look at Gen 1 and go, y'all could have done better than this, like they were literally, this is the first Pokemon game, I get it. But you cannot in good conscience say that later games don't capture the, well, let me phrase it a little more carefully. Every Pokemon game at its heart sort of captures the same sort of image that Satoshi Tajiri sort of laid out for it initially, right? But I feel like the other, like as you go further into Pokemon, they begin to feel, and they retain and also begin to feel even more like individual little critters that you really give a shit about. Because there are more things that they do with Pokemon in later generations that really help sell that. Gen 1 was a good starting point for that, but the later games really began to like put together the shit that makes the critters feel like critters. They did in Gen 1, to be clear. But like the further you go, right? Oh, right, Pokemon have individual abilities, right? Oh, right, you know, the way that Pokemon interact with the world makes more sense from the literal physical special split standpoint. Where yes, if a Pokemon is punching you in the schnoz, it's based on how physically strong it is, and not necessarily like, oh, it's a fire punch, but if it doesn't breathe fire real good, then it doesn't really, you get what I mean? So like, if you say to me that Gen 1 is the peak of Pokemon, I look at you like you're capping. You can say, I like Gen 1 better than the new games, and I'm not going to fight you on it. That's your prerogative, that's fine. But you cannot say to me that like they're better in terms of like, do they shoot spikes and eat people and roll around like angry armadillos? Dang, but Critters was a good adjacent movie. I mean, Risu, there's like 1,000 Pokemon in existence. A little over, like 1,025 or some shit. There are some that shoot spikes, there are some that probably eat people, and there are some that do probably roll around like angry armadillos. So the answer to your question is yes. Yeah. No, I get that it's... I don't know what movie it's referencing, but I know it's referencing... I was like, oh, it's probably referencing something I don't know. Yeah. The idea that they're objectively better games is a disservice to how much... Yeah, it does. Right? And this is why it's like... This is the complicated thing about talking about old games, right? Because it's not always the case, right, that an older game is better than a newer game, or a newer game is better than an older game. The way that I look at it is that within a long-running franchise, different games capture different things about that franchise very well. Some in more ways than others, right? And that's the crux of it, right? Because while personally, I'm going to put it like this, I personally did not feel as enthused about Super Metroid as I did about like Metroid Fusion or Samus Returns or things like that. But that was just mostly because for me, I had to like get my head back around like just the way that the thing works, right? Like Super Metroid is like, if you like 2D Metroid games, would I tell you to play Super Metroid? Absolutely. I'd also tell you, you probably have to be ready for a couple of gymnastics on the controller, because you can tell that they sort of hadn't really figured out 100% how to get specific like input and control things down with Metroid yet on a controller that had more than the 2 buttons aside from start and select, right? So Super Metroid handles really, really rough, right? Like Super Metroid feels really, really rough to handle. It's still a really good game, but it's really rough to handle and it feels really awkward if you're coming from the later Metroid games, because they hadn't figured out the control scheme stuff yet. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to tell you don't play Super Metroid. What I'm going to tell you is play Super Metroid, but be prepared for it to be for it to feel really fucking weird. It just feels weird. It's not a bad game. It just feels weird when you first play it. And by the same vein, right? Like, exactly. Them being new isn't inherently better, but they have spent a lot of time trying to recreate the beloved experience, but with new quality of life features and shit. They're better because the originals always feels weird as an artist. Going the older gen Pokemon designs are better is also disrespectful to the artists who put a lot of work creating the new Pokemon and making them feel like magical beings who exist in an increase. Yeah, like, I know that we were all making fun of the big Pokemon data dump from Game Freak when it talks about like the ways increasingly strange in which people in Pokemon were very much like alike, but the Pokemon games do have, though they don't foreground it, even in some of like the background stuff, even in the games before the big Game Freak dump, there have been implications in the in-series lore that people and Pokemon, that at least in the context of the world of Pokemon, people and Pokemon are in some ways way more entwined than you think that they are, right? Like the big lore document, I'm not saying all of this shit verbatim because I don't remember what was in it, but the big lore document from Pokemon posits that at some point there is a chip, at least assuming that they decide to keep any of that shit now, because the leak might have made them just go like, fuck it, let's rewrite it, but I don't think so. The series Bible basically implies at some point that essentially speaking, the existence that predated both humans and Pokemon is essentially their common ancestor. And so it is not so much like, I don't want to get too deep into like the really wild shit about like humans and Pokemon like doing the whatever, because people get caught up on that salacious stuff and it's like, it's a lot. But what I'm saying is that the games have always hinted in some aspect that people in Pokemon on some degree of metaphysical level are very closely intertwined with each other, right? And no, I'm not talking about like lol Umbreon jokes, but like the implications are there sometimes that like humans and Pokemon have been very tightly intertwined on that kind of like not religious spiritual, but like metaphysically spiritual level in some aspects, right? And the world begins to reflect that. Additionally, Legends Arceus has the most updated lore about the Pokemon universe in relation to Arceus today. Yeah. Like, yeah. And Legends Arceus goes out of its way to sort of really imply that, no, the Pokemon universe is fucking weird. Alakazam and Joker pose, you know, you and I are two sides of the same coin, except all you hear is Alakazam. Yeah. But yeah. The thing that I think is the reason why I'm saying all of this and sort of explaining all of this is because of the same stuff that Cosmo and Shiny were saying, right? And what Risu was saying also. Because Risu also brought up the very good point that it's like games and things in general need to be judged in the context they were produced, which doesn't forgive flaws that were later corrected, but does explain and explicate why those flaws existed. Yeah. That game adds some very wild connotations about art. The reason why I say it Arceus is because keep in mind that in Pokemon Sun and Moon, there is a system that is meant to emulate that Pokemon's ability, and it's called RKS. So the implication is that the pronunciation is Arceus, because the name of that system is pronounced RKS, and it's meant to like do that. But yeah, so yeah, Arceus. That's why I pronounce it that way instead of Arceus, because if you know the Pokemon I'm talking about, you understand. But this Pokemon has a very specific ability to like load specific things in imitation of Arceus's plates, and that system is called the RKS system, which is why I pronounce it as Arceus. But yeah, like quite literally, without getting into too many details that would spoil Legends Arceus, Arceus itself is implied to be like the thing that created the universe of Pokemon, and there are further implications that even Arceus as we perceive it is probably not Arceus. And I can't say any more than that without getting into spoilers, but it is very, very strongly implied that even your ability to perceive it is literally your mind, like your mind cannot grasp the true form, so what it appears like is what we can understand it as. And just on that lore implication alone, that should be enough to tell you that there's a lot. Exactly. But the thing is that in some weird, inexplicable way, it's also not a cruel one. It just is. Like, that's the wild part, right? Like, it's not even like, oh yeah, I'm like Cthulhu, I'm here to like, and I know that some interpretations like Cthulhu or Nyarlathotep does that. No, not really, Shan. But like I've been saying, the implications that are laid out throughout Legends Arceus and other lore from the Pokemon universe more or less implies that Arceus as you perceive it is only what your mind can perceive it as. Like, the true nature of Arceus is like neither humans nor Pokemon can truly understand what the fuck that thing is. So what you perceive of it when you see it is only like, again, I'm not going into like the deep details, but just understand that there are very strong implications that, essentially speaking, what you perceive of it is what you are capable of. At least the way that it's presented is presented in universe as this is the only form in which you can perceive it. Like, the actual nature of this thing will make your brain hurt. My brain always thinks that Pokemon is different yokai, and there are tons of yokai that are pretty much exactly. Yes. The main thing is that, like, yeah. And so, like, yeah, it's a 4D entity in a 3D world, but it's also not, like, actively malevolent either, right? And that's the interesting part about it. So, Arceus is just a thing, TM. It is the most ridiculously chill thing, TM, that you will ever meet. But it is also just a thing, TM. It's a creature, TM. It's very... I can't describe the vibes. He's just chilling, but also, you just, you gotta leave that man alone. He's just chilling, but also understand, like, he's unfuckable with. Like, just don't fuck with him. Anyway, I'm saying all of that to say this. Pardon me. I'm saying all of that to say this. Arceus is very nice, but they can also become very angry and has fuck around and find out vibes. Exactly. Right? Arceus is very chill. It's like, alright, whatever. We're cool, we can vibe. But like, you can fuck around and find out if you want. And that's pretty much the vibe. But I say all this to say this. You see how I'm gushing so much about like Legends Arceus and all that other stuff? We wouldn't have that if it wasn't for Pokemon Gen 1, and I respect that. But you cannot tell me. You cannot look me in the eye and go, Gen 1 was the best Pokemon ever, and nothing after it compares. It's like, when both the Legends games are right there, when a lot of the other Pokemon games that have come afterward have not only categorized these things as like funny little critters, but like also ground, like, I'm not trying to say that Pokemon is out here. I'm not trying to say that like Pokemon is out here trying to win like a goddamn Pulitzer Prize for that's not the right word. Pulitzer for journalism. My point is that Pokemon is not necessarily trying to be out here like trying to hit you with a story that would like be like a Homeric epic or some shit. It's not. It's not trying to do that. It's not that deep. But I feel like the Pokemon games, and this is the thing I think people miss, and this is my closing thought, because I want to get up out of here. The thing that people miss about the Pokemon games is that at their core, they are about trying to tell a story about a world, right? And more importantly, about the people that live in that world. And so, yeah, you do have all the aspects of like, yeah, you're the only one who could save the world, all this other stuff, blah, 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 right? But then you look at Pokemon X and Y, which is quite possibly one of the most, even on a very surface level, right? Even if it doesn't go that deep, Pokemon X and Y, for all of its other flaws, does a pretty good job at skewering great man theory and like rich people and like rich people the beautiful elite. Pokemon X and Y skewers that shit straight up. It doesn't pull any bones about that. And it doesn't necessarily go, it's not necessarily like out here trying to be like angsty and deep about it, but it does. If you know, you know. But it does like literally go and like skewer the whole thing about like, yeah, you know, the beautiful elite and how like rich. It really does like take a hatchet job to that. It's like, no, like what the fuck are you talking about? That's some bullshit. Right? If you want to be really upfront about it too, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald are all literally like thumbing their nose at eco-fascism. If you want to be real about it, right? Right? Like Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald are very explicitly anti-eco-fascism games. Not at necessarily like a 5 levels deep sort of way, but like they do very well make the argument that it's like you like it's good to want to make sure that you are conserving and preserving nature and doing these things for nature, but humans are part of nature too, right? Yeah, and then Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are even more explicit about it. Like, no, like like eco-fascism is some bullshit, right? Like those games are very explicit about it. I'm trying to think of what other stuff. The reason why people love Pokemon Black and White so much is Pokemon Black and White is equal parts a dissection of, I'm trying not to get into stuff with spoilers, but Pokemon Black and White is equal parts a dissection of I can't say without getting into spoilers, which is difficult. I'm going to touch on it very lightly and I'm not going to go any further. Pokemon Black and White, especially like the first games, but to a certain extent Black 2 and White 2 also do this. Pokemon Black and White are also kind of like a, if you really want to read into it a certain way, you can very applicably call them a skewering of PETA in certain aspects. Not so much the stated ideals of what PETA stands for, but the actual practice of how they put it into practice, if you want to put it that way. And then more mundanely, parental abuse, if you want to be really real about it. Those two things go hand in hand in Pokemon Black and White. If you know, you know. Sun and Moon also very much do something very similar, actually, which is funny. Sun and Moon do something very similar, actually, which is really funny. If you know, you know. But my main point in saying all of this is that as the Pokemon games have evolved, they have been better at actually delving into telling stories about the world. The main plot may not be deep necessarily in a Pokemon game, but the Pokemon games, as they have gone forward, have become better at trying to frame a world for you to look at, which is why a lot of the times when people are like, oh yeah, it's just like, it's basically like Pokemon is basically just like glorified cockfighting, haha. And it's like, I understand where that comes from, but at the same time, it's more complex than that. Because even within the bounds of the actual universe, they go out of their way, and you're like, it's just a justification for doing all this other stuff, but it's still paperclip maximizing. It's like, but if you look at the text of the world as it is, they go out of their way. Again, people and Pokemon live together. And the games generally go out of their way to sort of emphasize that people who choose not to live together with Pokemon, in some aspect that really and truly treats them like partners and equals, that they are the people who are wrong. And that's why, like, for all the jokes that we make about, like, blah, blah, cockfights, blah, 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 right? Like, at the very least, internally, Pokemon tries to sort of mostly square that it's like, yeah, out in the wild, yeah, Pokemon will fuck each other up, and it can be a nasty-ass world sometimes. But when people and Pokemon work together, there are many beautiful things that they can do. And I think that's hard work. I don't like the writing with Lucamine and Ultra Sun and Moon, but the new story gets interesting even with the rush bits. Yeah, there wasn't really any of that in the early gens, was there? Not really, right? Like, in the early gens, basically, it's very baldly stated with, like, Team Rocket and Blue, Gary, for those of you who watch the anime. Team Rocket and Blue in particular are both kind of, like, heralded as different levels of that kind of thinking. So let's put it like this, right? Blue is basically like halfway. He's like a cautionary tale when you think about it. The original rival in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow is a cautionary tale because you see who he could have become by virtue of Team Rocket. They don't say it. It's not extremely explicit, but you can draw the parallels yourself, right? And it's interesting that you defeat Team Rocket before you defeat your rival for the final time, because it helps sort of like lay that contrast out bare, and then Professor Oak kind of like doubles down on it when you are done with Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, and you've beaten Blue as the champion. Like, Professor Oak comes in and goes, all you're thinking about is making your Pokemon stronger, you doofus. It doesn't, like, that doesn't work. And yes, blah, 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 in the context of, like, how you actually play the game, obviously, yes, you do have to, like, raise your Pokemon and make them stronger. But, like, Professor Oak's point was that it's like, Blue, the only thing you were really focused, worried about, and concentrating on was, like, they gotta be stronger than anything else, right? Passively joined via raid, but love the vibes here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for saying that. And also, thank you to the new follower. We do keep our follow alerts anonymous so that they can follow and lurk and do whatever they please. I'm glad that you're enjoying it here, Cackling Coyote. Yeah, I get passionate about this sort of thing. But yeah, in the early games, right, the whole thing with Pokemon in the early games in particular was that they weren't explicit about some of the deeper themes that began to permeate the Pokemon games more explicitly later. But even in the early ones, they're like, no, people and Pokemon are partners. You should treat them that way. If I may, Koyok or Cackle? Cackle is fine? Cackling Koyok. Okay, gotcha. I would rather get it right. So you very well may. Cackle is fine, but I want to make sure that I get it right. So Cackling Koyok. Got you. Done deal. Cool. So, thank you for the correction. I appreciate it. I kind of love the amount of analysis y'all put into this, but then again, I look at how much analysis I put into DTRPG, so it feels similar and cool. Yeah, this is just the consequence of like me getting to like corkboard my shit when I think about this kind of thing deeply enough. But yeah, like it's one of the reasons why like I have very strong feelings about. I'm not gonna get deep into it. It's one of the reasons why I have very strong feelings about the Dawn Trail storyline and the way that it works. I am absolutely. People in Pokemon are partners like Team Rocket, Jessie. Wait, no, not like that. But yeah, no, it's very similar vibes, right? So like, there are a lot of things that Dawn Trail's story, from a pacing perspective, could have done better. There are probably criticisms that are going to come from people who are indigenous or First Nations or like Latin American indigenous, right? Who will have far more salient criticisms of Dawn Trail than I can possibly pull up, right? But I can say that a lot of the most salient ones come from not thinking about the story enough, or just not understanding from a meta perspective that Dawn Trail is quite literally a Realm Reborn 2 from a general, like, larger story arc perspective. Like, they gotta rebuild some of the shit that people were really excited about in like Shadowbringers and Endwalker, right? Like, there's an arc there. The arc has to be rebuilt because we are now somewhere new. And there are things where you can be like, yes, they could have improved on this. Like, it's true. There are things about Dawn Trail that, in talking with other people who have not been total dipshits about it, I've been like, yeah, they could have done some of these things better. I am reasonably certain that there are probably things in Dawn Trail that are still not like really, that there are things that probably, like I said, either Latin American indigenous people or like First Nations indigenous people that are living in North America could probably say, nah, they fucked this up, and it's still not representative of us or who we are, or it's still rooted in things that are not well thought out. Absolutely. And I'll hear those criticisms like gladly. But if it's stuff like, yeah, like, without getting into spoiler details, Dawn Trail has been very, very heavy-handed on a lot of the Final Fantasy IX parallels and allegories. It's all over the shit. Once you get past a certain point, it's all over that expansion, specifically the new one. It's all in. I'm not gonna go into details further than that because of spoilers, but if you know, you know. I do have a few criticisms about Dawn Trail's indigenous representation, but it's better than whatever the hell the Blue Mage quest and other. Yeah, like I said, I can't speak to that shit because it's not my bag. I am not represented by, like, I do not represent those populations. I cannot. Right. It's also better than other video games. I don't have the energy to name. Yeah. So yeah, like, and so in those aspects, right? Yeah, I think Dawn Trail at least shows. I'm gonna put it like this. If anything, I'm impressed by what the team did right because the head of the localization team admitted that they will do better in the future, and I appreciate that. Yeah, the least they can do is try. So the most that I'm going to say about it is that there does come a point in Dawn Trail, and I remember hearing this as a much earlier criticism where they're like, there's a specific part immediately after the first half of the story where, without getting into too many details, there are a lot of parallels to minus violence against indigenous people. There are a lot of parallels to the nature of railways and how they affect, right, the areas that they go through. That comes up in Dawn Trail at some point. Like, at least twice, right? And there are probably still things about that they fucked up, but in a more general sense, There's somebody's like, yeah, I don't really see the point of why we're like fucking around with this XYZ, and it's like, y'all understand that this is like literally them doing a direct draw and parallel to the shit that happened in the United States, right? Like, I know that some of you live in Europe, and so this is lost on you, but like, this isn't happening just for no fucking reason. Like, there's a reason why this shit is here. There's a reason why the whole first half of that expansion is set up the way that it is. It's because the second half doesn't make any fucking sense if you don't. The two of them belong together. There are things that you can say about the pacing, right? And yeah, I love how they handle that part, because yes, you should, I don't know, talk to native people before building a railway. What a thought. Yeah. I do think it's unfair to handle to invalidate someone's hard work for saying the first game was still learning is better, but he thinks pulling out and game takes back. No, I get that. I get that, Koyo. You're right. Or Cackle. You said Cackle was fine, but I wanted to make sure that like I actually got in my head the way that that's supposed to be pronounced. So you're not wrong. That's why earlier I was also like, it is a complicated discussion to have, and it's not as straightforward as new thing is always better, old thing is always worse, right? You could very well partially argue that the Demon Soul remake misses a good chunk of what made the original Demon Souls so compelling, because they pushed the graphical fidelity in terms of like the way everything is shiny and bright a little too high up, right? So it takes out some of like the grunge and some of like the weight of some of those visuals by virtue of doing that. That's a fair argument to me, right? And that's a fair argument to me, right? Shorty has very strong opinions on the art direction of the Demon Souls remake. Yeah, right? And that's the important thing. That's the thing to like to consider and to talk about, right? That's why I was saying older games in a series and newer games in a series may just do different things better depending on what game and whatever, right? Like Metroid Fusion for me, as an example. Well, I'm going to put it like this, right? Metroid Zero Mission, in some ways, feels like where they wanted to land in terms of like, this is what a Metroid experience should feel like, while also queuing close to Super. Like, Metroid Zero Mission is flat out one of the best 2D Metroid games you will ever play in your life. Straight up. Straight up. Zero Mission is good. Like, if you want something that is quintessentially Metroid, when you want, yeah, something that is, if you want something that's like quintessentially Metroid, and you're like, Super didn't like stick for me, go play Zero Mission. Zero Mission, there's like one section in Zero Mission where people understandably feel like, Jesus Christ, this is a lot, and that's fair. It's near the end of the game. But Zero Mission, aside from like that one section, basically encapsulates everything that people love about 2D Metroid, and it's really, really good, right? But that's also like 5 or 6 games down the line in the Metroid franchise. But yeah, similar arguments can be had for Dark Souls 2. It's called, yeah. What I'm saying is making games is complicated, and I'm passionate about it because I love video games. This is the thing that's important to me. Downtrail is also doing a good job showing how many people did not pay attention to the lessons of the first half in Final Fantasy IX, which for spoiler reasons is very metaphysical when you go beyond the cute art style. Yeah, even Shiny, the way that you're talking about it now, it's funny. Okay, this is the for real last thing because I need to be on my way. Because I got way too into this. I know that y'all don't mind it, but also I need to make sure that like all of Shark's hard work about like setting up where I'm supposed to go next doesn't go to waste because the people that we could have raided are gone. Right. Fuck, don't lose it, Sean. Right. Downtrail. And, okay. So, Final Fantasy XIV, this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to put it like this. Final Fantasy XIV's general lesson arc, so to speak. I just coined that now to sort of like talk about the thing I'm talking about. Final Fantasy XIV at its core is a game about loss and how it defines you and what you do with it. And each expansion examines that in different ways, right? A Realm Reborn is about, right, getting, like, what does it look like when you have to find your ground again after, like, after your world has been changed forever, after you've lost everything, right? Heavensward is about, like, the systems that oppress you and what you do about that. How do you deal with the things that the system takes from you, that the system has kept from you. Stormblood is about revolution. Shadowbringers is about finding hope. Endwalker is about Endwalker is Memento Mori, and in a different aspect, so is Dawn Trail. I'm gonna put it like this: Endwalker is about grasping what you're going to do in your last days, while Dawn Trail is about what are you going to leave behind to the people that are going to carry on after you. And Endwalker sort of touches on that, but it's more explicit in Dawn Trail. But everything in Final Fantasy XIV has a larger bend toward how do you deal with death and loss in a very larger sense. And because of that general bent, that is why specific things from Final Fantasy IX hit as hard as they do, especially in Dawn Trail and especially where we're at. Because Dawn Trail is a story about legacy, right? Nine is one of the more complex games outside of 11, the Ivalice games, and Fabula Nova Crystallis, sci-fi fantasy. It's such a unique way that can be hard to understand, possibly on purpose. Yeah, like the main point is that, much like with the Ivalice games, like you gotta, and this is the part where we notice some things. Education not being up to the standard that it is means that it is harder for people to mine out and really think about this shit the way that I think of. Okay, I'm not saying that to phrase this as if I'm some great, deep, unique thinker, because that shit's not true. But what I'm saying is that, like, you have to learn how to be. All right, this is my last thing for real now. Also, I saw Cackle the redemption for hydration. I'll go drink something in a minute. Thank you. I gotta quote Dan Olson again, right? Or like partially quote him. Dan Olson runs Folding Ideas, does a lot of like deep topic dissection on a lot of different things that kind of catch the interest. Media analysis initially, but now like other stuff, right? One of the things that he said when talking about Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, and the way that Doug Walker reviewed Pink Floyd's The Wall. One of the things that Dan Olson basically said in all of that, right, is that when you do media analysis, there are things about media analysis that reveal something about yourself, right? And his main criticism of Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, reviewing The Wall, was that like Doug Walker himself is such a fundamentally incurious person that he takes everything at like the surface level of what The Wall is and doesn't try to untangle any of the other shit. This is not to say that The Wall is perfect allegory, and I know that Roger Waters himself, at least as of recently, like that man got hit with the old man, like with the conservative brain bullshit recently-ish, I think, if I remember correctly. But the main thrust of what I'm getting at is that, like, if you're going to tease apart something that is so deeply personal to somebody, you have to be or if you're going to tease apart any kind of like fiction, really, you have to be willing to bring something of yourself to it and be prepared to maybe leave something behind in the same breath. And if you are not willing to do that, and if you just take it at the surface, you're not thinking about why some of these things are the way that they are. I also see y'all flirting in my chat, and I appreciate that. If you don't learn how to like take something in an earnest spirit and kind of like not just be, this is difficult. How do I put this? Because I don't want to deny people a thing of like, no, this thing didn't hit for me, right? Like sometimes shit doesn't hit for you, and I get that. I'm not trying to deny you that. But it is always worth examining why the thing didn't, and if it's really just a question of, do you think that this writing is shitty, or is it just that you are not, or is it just that you are choosing to meet it from a perspective where you're not seeing the thing it's trying to say, or a thing it's trying to say, right? And then y'all, of course, turn it on me just to make me feel a type of way. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. But yeah. Part of me, this analysis is also about meeting art its own merit and level, even if you don't like it. Yeah. Like, this is why I say, for example, Breath of the Wild is a good Zelda game, but it is not a good SJ game. For me personally, while I understand why people like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the... to your AMA earlier, are you so handsome? I didn't answer it because, like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? I don't know why. I'm just here. I am just a little guy. I am vibing. I couldn't fucking tell you. I'm me. Anyway. I say all of that to just say, yeah, I never got that far into Breath of the Wild. And that's fair. Right? I was talking about it from, like, a gameplay standpoint, that it's not a game for me. You can make a very strong case about like the weird ha he he that goes on with that, and the way that they do all of that other stuff. Tackle, you're correct. I was mostly talking about it from a gameplay perspective, where it's like there are certain aspects of the things that they did that people are like, this isn't a Zelda game. It's like, no, it's still a Zelda game. It's just that they've chosen to maximize certain aspects and minimize other ones. It's not a Zelda game for you. For people who are like, this is not a Zelda game. It's like, no, it's still a Zelda game. It's just not your type of Zelda game. And that's fine. But you should admit that. Don't say it's not a Zelda game. Just be like, it's not a Zelda game made for me. Me, I would much rather something more along the lines of like Ocarina of Time, Link's Awakening. Those are my types of Zelda. I enjoy those better. I'm not very much into like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom type. It's a little too big, a little too much for me to like absorb. Difficulty wise, I could take or leave for me personally, but like in terms of just how much shit there is in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I can't fucking handle it. Twilight Princess, yeah. Twilight Princess is good. Alright, yeah, let's get up out of here. I need to go. There's somebody that's playing Pokemon Infinite Fusions. If they're still on, I'm gonna go raid them. So that means I have to go check if they're still on. Because I was talking for like a good fucking 40 minutes after one of my mods was so kind as to like actually like do the thing. So I have no idea. Okay, thank God. Level Best looks like they're still live. So, fuck it. Let's go dive in there before things happen. I will go hydrate, yes. I want to get us out of here before ads hit, Tackle. So I will hydrate, I promise. Absolutely. Yeah, I gotta be out of here. Links. If you want to talk to me about stuff, words are hard. Links. I do game analysis design stuff over at my NeoCities blog. That Pokemon Gen 1 and Gen 6 retrospective, both of those are living on my Medium because I haven't figured out how to port them over yet to NeoCities. So if you want to like read my thoughts about Pokemon more in depth from like a mechanical standpoint and why Gen 6 is really, really good. And people were like pissing and moaning about the fairy type for no reason because they're goofies. Go check out my Medium. Stuff's over there. Stream VODs are up on YouTube. My Ko-Fi, if you want to support me in the stream but don't want to give money to Amazon and Jeff Bezos. Monthly Ko-Fi subs are better than Twitch subs because I don't have to wait for a payout for those. Or payout threshold. Throne, anonymous gifting for the stream. Card, all of my social media links. Thank y'all for saying that I'm handsome. I was worried about me fucking up my haircut, but I didn't. So, thank you. Heart Gold Soul Silver is a pretty good. My favorites right now rank Emerald, Black White, probably Heart Gold Soul Silver, even though they didn't quite fix the same like Johto Kanto content gap. I still like Heart Gold Soul Silver. They're very good. The only thing that Heart Gold Soul Silver don't have is Lyra's. I said this before. Lyra's design doesn't match Chris. Lyra's design. Nah, not on Chris's level. I'm sorry. They tried, but Lyra doesn't have it compared to Chris. I'm sorry. I just gotta be real. Card has all my other social media links, including my Blue Sky. Blue Sky is where I'm active and I talk about a variety of stuff. If you want to know more about like the game dev studio that I helped co-found, that I helped run as like democratically run, you can go over to munity.games. We have a Patreon with a free tier and a paid tier. You can join our Discord through it. Either tier. You want to play our game Shoot Lancer? It's a shmup. The demo from last year is still up over there. We will probably be uploading a new version sometime soon. I won't lie, I didn't like how it designed it much either. Yeah, it's the hat and the hair tufts. They're not the same. Last but not least, we don't fuck with Discord because Discord is up its own ass a lot. If you don't mind making a Roblox account that you never have to use for anything else ever, you can join us on Guilded. We watch anime and shit, and shoot the breeze and just do other stuff. And that's over on our Guilded. Okay, we're gonna go hang out with the Level Best. Currently raising money for, I believe, Yo Kelsey Dude by the looks of it. The reason why we're gonna go hang out with the Level Best is because Level Best is currently playing Pokemon Infinite Fusion. You ever wanted to take two Pokemon and temporarily throw them into a blender and see what the fuck comes out? Like, for example, a Beedrill crossed with an Ekans, or a Spearow crossed with a Tangela. You're gonna get to go find out. So we're gonna go hang out with Level Best. Raid message SJH does raids. Throw in your favorite emotes. They don't have to be my emotes. Use whatever emotes you want. I don't really mind. Use whatever you feel like. Stream schedule. Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. More game dev stream stuff. Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Fighting Friday stuff. I don't know what we're going to be playing. Might be Under Night 2 or something. I don't know. Next Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, is going to be more Pokemon Crystal. Either Wednesday or Friday is going to be a celebration of my next stream anniversary. I don't fucking remember what number of stream anniversary I'm on yet. Forgive me. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't know whether we're celebrating it on Wednesday stream or Friday stream. I'll figure it out. Let's go hang out with Level Best. Catch y'all later whenever I catch y'all. Stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask. Don't go outside if you don't have to, but if you do have to, wear a mask. Be excellent to each other, but not to bigots, racists, TERFs, sexists, anti-queer folks, or fascists. Remember, Black Lives Matter. Trans rights are human rights. Reproductive rights are human rights. Yeah, no, like, my stream anniversary is separate from my affiliate. It's not my affiliate anniversary. Stream anniversary is literally the day that I started streaming. Different. Right, Black Lives Matter, trans rights, human rights, reproductive rights are human rights. Palestine, Sudan, the Congo, New Caledonia must all be free. None of us are free until all of us are free. Do what you can. I can't believe it. Snuggable, Jam, and Handsome is the Mewtwo comment. Is like the Mewtwo comment of this channel. I can't believe it. It's literally number 150. There we go. Congratulations, Cal. Your quote is like the channel Mewtwo now. There you go. You done it. Congratulations. Um. Anyway, thank y'all. I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Take care. Deuces.